Very warm good morning to one and all present here. I, Kanak,
and Shrishti
are privileged to be your host for the day. Established in 2001, IBA was conceptualized as a center of excellence in teaching, training and research in business and management, and has created a niche for itself in the sea of management institutes through the culture it imbibes in its students. IBA is one of the youngest institutes in the country to receive international accreditation from IACBE, which stands for International Accreditation Council for Business Education, approved member of SHIA, USA, which makes IBA one of the first 20 B schools out of 5,000 plus in the country to get an international accreditation in 2013 and re-accredited in 2020. It sets the flagship PGDM course offered at IBA acceptable at a global level for employment in the public as well as the private sector. And this holds good for further education. IBA was chosen as one among the best growing brands 2019 at the Next Brands Brand Vision Summit 2018, and also for the best education brands in 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020. And again in June 2022 by the Economic Times. IBA Bangalore is awarded as the most innovative institute in India by AIMS, which stands for Association of Indian Management School, during the 28th National Convention of AIMS held at Ranchi University in 2016. The parameters for the assessment were pedagogy, teaching and learning aid, research, innovative program structure, curriculum, etc. IBA Bangalore has been awarded for consecutive 11 years as the top institute of excellence, and the most recent was in April 2023 by CSR. Indus Business Academy Bangalore was chosen as pioneer leader in higher education for the Globe Platinum Awards Asia Pacific, and our founder and chairman Dr. Manish Jain sir as a leader for the Global Leadership for Business Excellence 2016 Award. What sets IBA apart is its unique culture, a culture that has been carefully cultivated and instilled in every student who walks through these doors. It's a culture of excellence, of pushing boundaries, and of never settling for the ordinary. It's a culture that has propelled IBA to incredible heights. We joyfully welcome all of you to our beautiful campus.
We now stand on the brink of a remarkable journey, one that we'll embark upon together, filled with learning, experience, and enlightenment. It is traditional and symbolic to start such a journey with lighting of a lamp. Just as light removes darkness, knowledge removes ignorance, and so on. Contemplating this metaphorical illumination, we launch our event. We are being graced today by the presence of our guest of honor, Dr. Ravindra Brahme, and respected jury members who we would like to invite to the stage to kindle the lamp, thereby initiating our collective journey today. I request Manish sir, Subhas sir, Suvendu sir, Dr. Ravindra Brahme, jury member, faculty and staff member to come and light the lamp. I request Ms. Shriparna to chant the Swarsati Vandana. I also request audience not to clap after Swarsati Vandana.
या कुन्देन्दु तुषारहार धवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युतशङ्करा प्रभृतिभिः देवै सदा वन्दिता सा मां पतु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजार्यापः शुक्लां ब्रह्मविचारसारपरमाम् आद्यं जगद्व्यापिनीं वीणापुस्तकधारिणीम् अभयादां जार्यन्धकारापहां हस्ते स्फाटिकमालिकं विदधतीं पद्मासने संस्थिता वन्दे तं परमेश्वरीं भगवतीं बुद्धिप्रदां शारदाम्
Thank you, Ms. Shriparna, for such a melodious Vandana. Economics is a social science that studies how individual, businesses, government, and society allocate scarce resources to satisfy their unlimited wants and needs. It is a fundamental discipline that helps us understand the world around us and make informed decisions. The importance of economics lies in its ability to provide insight into how we can improve our standard of living, create jobs, and reduce poverty. Ecofluence Economics Research Championship is a competition that aims to promote research and innovation in the field of economics. We aim to provide a platform for students and researchers to showcase their ideas and contribution to advancement of the discipline. By being a part of this event, you have grasped the opportunity to engage with like-minded individuals, learn from experts in the field, and gain valuable experience in research and analysis. The event is a testament to the significance of economics in shaping our world and the importance of fostering a culture of research and innovation. Please join us in extending a warm welcome to Dr. Ravindra Brahme, an esteemed expert in development economics and public finance. I request our chairman, Dr. Manish Jain, to welcome Dr. Brahme with a bouquet of flowers.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Manish Jain, the visionary and dynamic chairman of Indus Business Academy, is the backbone and the man behind IB. Sir is an alumnus of IIM Ahmedabad. With a distinguished academic background, he is a mechanical engineer, holds MBA in marketing, post-graduation diploma in business finance, and a PhD in leadership. He brings a wealth of knowledge and expertise to the institute. Dr. Jain's exceptional leadership skills and entrepreneurial acumen have earned him numerous accolades and awards, including being recognized as a top 50 visionary entrepreneurs of India by Nextbench, ET Now, and FICCI in 2015, and being chosen as an education evangelist by Forbes India in 2019. He has also received the Distinguished Service Award from IIM Ahmedabad for his contribution to the development of management education in India. In January 2023, he has been awarded with the Ambassador of Green Planet Awards 2022 in the EY4 EV India Summit 2023 in support of Mission Life, which is introduced by our Honorable Prime Minister Mr. Narendra Modi at the COP26 in Glasgow in November 2021. On August 12, 2023, on occasion of birth anniversary of Rashtriya Kavi Shri Maithili Sharan Gupt, Bharat Bharati organized Rashtriya Ekatmata Sammelan, celebrating unity in diversity to strengthen collective efforts of Rashtriya Ekatmata on the theme of New India and One India. On this occasion, Manish sir has been awarded with Ekatmata and Udmita Saman by Shri Arjun Ram Meghwal ji, Central Minister of Law and Justice of India, and LG Vinay Kumar Saxena, Lieutenant Governor of Delhi, in presence of Professor Dr. Anil Sahasrabuddhe, Chairman NAAC, Chairman NBA, Chairman NETF, Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General, Association of Indian Universities, which stands for AIU, Shri Madhavan Pillai, one among two allied freedom fighters of Azad Hind Fauj who have worked directly under Subhas Chandra Bose, Dr. Vinay Patraleya, National President of Bharat Bharati, among senior captains from industry and society. Prior to founding Indus Business Academy, Dr. Jain had successful stints at reputed organizations such as Myco Bosch and Tata IBM. He is also the Director of Business Developments at MUHEPL, which manufactures heat regenerative systems and heat exchanger for power plant and refineries. We now invite Manish Jain sir to welcome the gathering.
Please, sir.
Welcome and namaskar the viewers. I, on behalf of trustees, board members, Chief Mentor Dr. Sharma, Director Subhendu Day, faculty, staff colleagues, alumni and our students, extend my heartiest welcome to the guest of honor for the day, Dr. Ravindra Brahme. So welcome. Our judges for the day, Dr. R.S. Deshpande, Dr. S. Puttaswamy Iyer, Professor Padmini Rao, Dr. Malini Tantri, Professor Nivedita Karunapalan, Dr. Vijay Lakshmi S., Dr. B. S. Venkatesh, and all the participants who will be competing today for this Economics Confluence and Economics Research Championship. The theme we have chosen is Economic Encounters, Economics Application in Daily Life. Why? I think Professor Prashant Kulkarni will do in-depth introduction of this confluence after a few minutes. But for me, I have seen students, forget students, even faculty from other domains, in general public, getting scared, they raise eyebrows the moment they hear the term economics. Economics and its applications are considered as an arcane, mysterious, prosaic, and an elusive science. It involves more sophism than any other field of study known to the man. It's not just about the numbers. It's also about commerce, business, politics, psychology, history, and much more. Economists over the years have found it very difficult to explain the basic economic principles and how and why they affect a layman. Known economist Treol says economics is a lens that shapes how we look at the world. Understanding it does not require expert knowledge. Intellectual curiosity is just enough to break into the world of economics. In other words, common sense, curiosity, and little more use of brain than normal will give you enough feel of economics. Is economics scary? Not really. In fact, 90% of our daily actions have economics playing roles somewhere or somehow, and we subconsciously use principles of economics. From housewife to businessman, to politicians to actors, including beggars, economics plays an important role. Now, I'll give you an example. If you give 2 rupees to a beggar, beggar will say, what will happen in this? I can't even have food. Please give me 3-4 more rupees. So there's an economics behind that. At home, our parents always say control. Again, economics. Politician gives to voters before elections in cash or kind. And this has a big time economics behind it. And we all know how and why. Jokes apart, on serious note, it's an economics. Students calculating ROI of a course they pursue is again an economics. Remember LPG era, liberalization, privatization and globalization in 1990s? These were one among the few major economic reforms which Bharat has ever witnessed. Most of the growth what we see even today is courtesy to LPG. It fueled growth along with other factors and policies which subsequently followed and continues. Today businesses are run by creative minds. There are no set rules to manage a business. You have to discover, invent, reinvent and rediscover the need-based solutions for different situations time to time. Again, it's a business economics. You would have seen that present government is spending huge amount of money in improving religious infrastructure because they have realized that religious tourism can create lakhs of jobs, self-employment and a huge money which comes in through tourism. Again, economics at different level. You would have seen government spending a lot of money on the roadways, the roads, the toll roads which are being built. People don't mind saving time, moving fast, and they spend a lot of money on toll. That is again economics. Reliance Industries promoter and founder chairman late Shri Dhirubhai Ambani used to say, think big, think fast, think ahead. Ideas are no one's monopoly. So he linked time, imagination, scalability and quick action to get better results and growth. Again, economics, and I call it Dhirubhai economics. I would not take much of your time, but before closing, I would urge all of you who feel stressed thinking about economics to read a book, Day-to-Day Economics, which is written by Professor Satish Devdar from IIM Ahmedabad. I'm sure after that reading the book, you will develop affinity towards economics. I again welcome all the judges and the guests of honor who have graciously accepted our invitation to join us today. Each of them are highly accomplished individuals, and I'm sure that participants will feel blessed having them reviewing their work and will be valuable learning experience for all of us. I hope all of you will enjoy learning from today's economic confluence. With this, I again welcome all those who are present here. Thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen. Dhanyavad.
Thank you, sir, for your words of welcome. We are delighted to have your presence today, and we hope this day takes all of us through the path of learning, interactions, and future collaborations.
Dr. Subhas Sharma, a renowned management thinker, is known for his groundbreaking theories and creative concepts. Dr. Subhas Sharma is an IIM Ahmedabad graduate with a PhD from University of Southern California, Los Angeles. His substantial contribution to management education, Dr. Sharma has received various excellence and achievement honors, including the Innovative Leader Award at the Global Leadership Conference. At MICA Ahmedabad, he was also honored with a Lifetime Achievement Award for the Association of Indian Management Scholars. Dr. Sharma is the author of pioneering publications such as New Ideas in Strategic Thinking and Management, a knowledge tree of New Age mantras, wisdom and consciousness from the East, and Management in New Age, Western Windows and Eastern Doors, among others. His ideas have been widely cited by eminent researchers in research articles and books, and it is an absolute delight to share that his study was quoted in Supreme Court of India judgment. Our late chairman, Shri BML Jain, Dr. Manish Jain, and the entire IBA team has drawn inspiration from him. Sir is one of the founding members of IBA and is currently the chief mentor and governing council of member of IBA Bangalore. I now request Dr. Subhas Sharma to speak few words on this event. Please, sir.
Chairman and founder IBA, Dr. Ravindra Brahme, the head of the department of Ravi Shankar Shukla University, Raipur, Dr. Ravindra, and dear faculty colleagues and dear students. It is indeed a wonderful day to have a workshop or seminar on economics with the title of Eco-Influence or Ecofluence, which means how the economics is affecting us in our day-to-day activities and day-to-day life. When we look at the world around us, there are basically three world views. The first is what is known as pure materialist worldview. That means you look at the world as matter, which you can touch, feel, hear, and have, all the five senses can be influenced by that. Second is the humanist materialist. That means in addition to the materialist dimension, you pay some respect to the human being. So you consider human being as an important dimension of existence. And the third is the transcendental, or what we call the spiritual approach, or what at IBA we call the hope approach. Hope is higher order purpose of existence. That means you view the world through higher consciousness. So these are the basically three views of the world which influence us in different ways. And if you look at India's experience of development, we can divide it into 3 or 4 eras. The first era was the socialistic era, which started with our first Prime Minister, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, drawing inspiration from the Russian model. And so it lasted up to 1991. And during that era, a lot of public sector institutions were established, and some of them even exist today, like BHEL and BEML and etc. etc. But then by 1980s, many of these public sectors were incurring heavy losses. So a new thinking was required, and in 1991, Dr. Manmohan Singh and Narasimha Rao thought of the LPG, with Manish ji mentioned in his talk. LPG, as we know, stands for liberalization, privatization, globalization. And then came the third era. In 2014, Narendra Modi became the Prime Minister of India, and he gave a new dimension to the idea of development, and that is the idea of holistic development. So today when we think of development, we think of it in terms of holistic and sustainable way. So these are the India's experience of development. And when we look at the forces which influence us today, there are basically 4 forces: the force of market, the force of the government, state, and the force of people, and the force of self. So if you draw a diagram, on x-axis, right side is the force of market, left side is the force of state, and vertical side, the bottom is the force of people, or we also call it capillary action, that means grassroots up, and the force of self, that means the idea of spirituality. So you can understand this idea in a very simple manner by looking, if you are going to Delhi and if you go to Connaught Place or Rajiv Chowk, you experience the force of market. If you walk few miles and go to parliament, then you see the force of state there. If you go to Jantar Mantar and some dharna is going on, then you see the force of people. And if you go 200 kilometers to Haridwar, you see the force of self or force of spirituality. Now this you can see even in Bangalore. For example, if you go to MG Road, you see the force of market. If you go to Vidhan Sada, you see the force of the state. If you walk around and go to nearby place known as Freedom Park and some dharna is going on, you see the force of people. And if you come to art of living, then you see the force of spirituality. So today we need a balance between these four forces. If you see around for almost 100 years, there was a conflict between the force of market and the force of state. Force of market was represented by Adam Smith and force of the state was represented by Karl Marx. The socialism and communism were always fighting. But in that, and even today if you read newspapers, you see articles written by many economists and other social thinkers, either on the right side or on the left side. But the vertical axis is completely ignored. That means the force of people and force of self, which means the Gandhi and Vivekananda. They are not part of the intellectual discourse. So in order to create a holistic model, we need to think of not only Adam Smith and Karl Marx, but also Gandhi and the Vivekananda or Aurobindo, or in today's context, Sri Sri Ravi Shankar and many others. So this is the new model which is required, which I think we can give it to the rest of the world. So when we look at the economics, the founder of economics, as all we know, was Adam Smith. And he gave the idea of 4 factors of production: land, labor, capital, and entrepreneurship or organization. But then he was writing during the period of industrial revolution and agriculture revolution or agriculture side. At that time land was very important, but in today's world land is not very important, particularly after the cyber revolution or IT revolution. So from a 2x2 room you can create millions of dollars by using the internet. So the new factor of production creation, we should actually call them as factors of creation, not just as factor of production. A new factor of creation is the knowledge. So the K factor is very important. So today we have 4 factors, what we call KPCL. K representing the knowledge, P representing power or leadership, C representing capital, and L representing labor. So again we need an integral model of a balance between these 4 forces. Today we have to chart out a new path. Let economics not become greedonomics, or capitalism not become crony capitalism. But we need a new model that of capitalism, which we can call it as integral capitalism, in which there is a balance of the 4 forces and 4 factors of creation. Here we can draw upon the Indian thought. In Indian thought there is a concept which we call Purushartha. Dharma, Artha, Kama, Moksha. Dharma is ethics, Artha is economics, Kama is pleasure, and Moksha is transcendence or spirituality. So we need a balance between these 4 dimensions of existence. So that is the integral model, and that we can also call it as integral capitalism or holistic capitalism. With this I conclude, and thank you very much, and good luck to all of you and all the participants who have come from different parts of India to participate in today's workshop or seminar or conference. Thank you very much. Good luck.
We have about 20 participants for the competition today. Your interest in taking part in this competition is a clear indication of our enthusiasm in learning and exploring more about economics. We appreciate your participation and look forward to seeing your innovative ideas and research. Professor Prashant Kulkarni sir is a postgraduate in both economics and management and is currently teaching economics, finance and international business. He has authored nearly 20 case studies published by European Case Clearinghouse. He has also presented papers in several national and international conferences, besides publishing articles, research papers and case studies in leading national journals and magazines. He has been a referee at national and international conferences too. His research area includes globalization, business strategy, public policy, social and behavioral impact of the new economy, property rights, market structures and business models in the knowledge economy, state, governance and society in the new economy, macroeconomics and financial markets. He has guided several students in writing research paper and journal articles. I now invite Professor Prashant Kulkarni sir to brief us about the Ecofluence competition. Please sir.
Guest of honor, Dr. Ravindra Brahme, our chief mentor, Dr. Subhas Sharma, our founder and chairman, Dr. Manish Jain, respected members of the jury, my colleagues, participants from different institutes, and my dear students. My mind goes back about close to 20 years ago when I was new to teaching economics. And I was thrust with a topic to teach, production analysis. Not something easy, all those Cobb Douglas and all those things. And which I was not too fond of course, at that stage. And after all those graphs and equations and all that, when I came around, one of my students, of course, she later became my mentee and we were quite close on all that later on. She politely came and said, what you thought perhaps was nonsense, right? We can't make anything out of it. How do we relate to our daily life? Yes, as a student of management, how do I link it up to my practice? That set me thinking, how do I make the subject interesting? Yes, do we have examples across the world in our daily life which perhaps gives us insights on economics, links us to some economic concepts or not, right? Yeah, it was also an era where a lot of these books came around, now the genre what you call as a popular economics, pop economics. I think it was driven by Stephen Levitt, who came with that Freakonomics and a lot of things which came around. Maybe it has its own set of diminishing returns. It was also a time where I was introduced to a book, Frank and Bernanke, Economics by Frank and Bernanke, which was one of those quite an interesting book around, a lot of interesting examples. And later I also was gifted a book on Economics Explains Everything by Robert Frank. And that gave me some kind of a input. How do I streamline? So somewhere when I talk about a competition today, the roots lay over there. But I never thought at any point that we're going to have a competition or we can create a competition around it. A few months ago, I think Manish sir put across an idea saying that why don't we have an economics conference sometime next year, late next year. He said we're going to have about a year and a half of preparation. And I was thinking around on that. It struck me we need to make an entry into this market. Right? We are not into the domain of economics per se. We are a B school. And we do have a lot of events on the disciplines or the various cross-functional disciplines of management. And we do get a lot of papers around. But economics, a field that has been in India from, in terms of formal education, maybe close to a century and a half, I guess now. A kind of a market structure which perhaps Carnot and Bertrand and all that would have been talking about. How do we get into it? I said, let me try. We'll do a test event. But the thought process of a test event led to creation of an independent event in itself, an unique event in itself. And when we conceptualized this event and began going about promoting this event, see, as student of economics, all of us know, we talk about utility maximization subject to income constraints, budget constraints. We talk about output maximization subject to cost constraints or other resource constraints. Yes, typically speaking, budget constraints or cost constraints are not there here. But we had a different nature of constraints. So we had to maximize our output or utility because the nature of the competition is unique. There's a formidable barrier of entry. There's a well-established pool of economics institutions, economic circles. And we are newbies. And in this, perhaps crazy, we thought we'll make it even more interesting. To paraphrase from the philosopher Bertrand Suits, who said when you talk about games, games are basically unnecessary obstacles that you create. You choose inefficient means or efficient. We added some crazy things there, saying that yes, take up a real life phenomenon, examine economics in it, and then present it in a way, in a very limited time, bereft of economics jargons. And there was a kind of a potpourri, which for us, as an institution not into the domain of economics per se, was not going to be easy. We put in an effort. He said, yes, when we are trying to talk about ideas, they have to be crazy ideas and we have to try it. That's what business managers are taught. For research scholars, even teachers, even anybody who loves economics, to try and explore this. Yes, it's going to take a bit of a digging of our minds, but then it's worth it when we discover something new, when we explore something new, and that needs to be recognized, needs to come out, needs to be put out to debate, and maybe a better way is to create a gamification. That's the reason why I said, rather than use word competition, contest, etc., I said we'll borrow from the sports domain. We'll talk about as a championship. And hence, we've arrived at this. Over the next few hours, when you have 2 rounds, presenting before 2 different panels, trying to please the judges, in order to secure those elusive prizes. Out of 20, there's only 3 or 4 who will get those prizes around. So there is some hurdle to navigate, right? That hurdle is basically how do you impress the judges at 2 different levels. At the morning level, plus post-lunch, the afternoon one. An aggregate of both will count around towards determining your fate. Whether it's going to be on the top of the podium or it's an enjoyable participation. There's nothing called a winner or a loser here. I think our Prime Minister, recently said somewhere, There are winners and there are future winners. So it's not that somebody is going to lose around. Each one is going to give the best. So once again, I welcome all of you to this gathering. We will have a briefing of the participants once this inauguration is over. I'll have a short briefing of the participants on how the events will go. So I wish you the very best to all the participants. And I know judges are going to have a very tough time in evaluating their, as we call in product differentiation, very little to differentiate around. So even the, what do you call the monopolistic competitions, the best might turn very soon into a perfect competition. So that makes it even more difficult for us to judge the things. Right? So thanks. Look forward to it. Look forward to an enjoying and exciting day.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Ravindra Brahme brings a wealth of experience to our events as a General Secretary of Indian Economic Association and has made significant contribution as a member of Income Tax Board, Regional Office Chhattisgarh, the Planning Commission Working Group Chhattisgarh and the Medium and Small Scale Industries Board Chhattisgarh. His dedication to the field is further evidenced by his role as a Joint Secretary of MP and Chhattisgarh Indian Economic Association, Secretary of Chhattisgarh Economic Association, Chairman of the Board of Studies at Pandit Ravi Shankar Shukla University, Raipur, Head of the School of Studies in Economics at Pandit Ravi Shankar Shukla University, Raipur, and Dean of the Faculty of Social Science. He has also been invited as an economist to present his views on various TV channels and Akashvani, with an impressive record of guiding 20 PhD candidates and 30 MPhil students. Dr. Brahme's expertise and leadership are sure to enrich our event. Sir, it's our honor to have you at our campus today. I request you to please speak few words. Please, sir.
Thank you and good morning to you all. Especially, first of all, I would like to thank the chairman of Indus Business Academy who give me this opportunity to come over here on this very important event, this what you are going to hold today. And I have a deep respect for Professor Subhas Sharma ji. He is a mentor of this academy and also a senior professor. And when first I talked to Professor Kulkarni, he briefed me about this very important event because to be school and you are organizing a Ecofluence. This is a very I think appreciable because they have a vision to organize a seminar or conference in next year. So this will be very helpful. So I have just 15 and 20 minutes to speak before you, and I will not go in the history of Indian economy, but because you are so many 20 students, you are taking part in Ecofluence. So I want to say that your future is also depend upon the future of your nation's economy. Because if your economy is with flourish, then you have a lot of job opportunity also. You have different sector will opens before you. If you see your neighbors countries where the economic sentiments are very poor, so the future of young students is also dim there. So we are very fortunate that we are living in a country which has great future in coming 10, 15, 20 or 30 years. So I will talk mostly on what are the opportunities economy is going to create for you in next few years, 5 or 10 years. So, you know, at present, Indian economy is on nominal basis the 5th largest economy of the world. You all know. We surpassed UK last year because earlier we were colony of British, and we surpassed their economy and became 5th largest economy of the world. And within 7 years, a very interesting report recently, last month launched by Morgan Stanley, and he pointed out that within 7 years, India will be 3rd largest economy, replacing Germany and Japan. So, and these are assumptions. This is not only Morgan Stanley. Any, you name any institution, any global institution, IMF or World Bank or S&P or any trust bank, or you can name any institution, even top 10 multinational of globe, they find that Indian economy has a bright prospect. Because at present, the incremental GDP of world, so Indian contribution is 20%. So we are the main driver of global growth. Indian economy is major driver of global growth, and we are surpassing the China also as far as the incremental output growth is concerned. So we have a very bright future in coming next 7, 10, 15, 20 years, and it is very strong fundamentals which we in the next 15 minutes I will elaborate and discuss with you. So the changes which takes place, which affects Indian economy also, there are 4 Ds. 4 Ds which are changing place all over the world. 1 D is demographic transition which takes place. Because if you see, the world is aging. If you take Europe, in Europe the average age is 50 years. If you take Japan, so average age of people there is more than 50. If you take USA, it is near about 37, 38, and China is near about 40. So world is aging, and this aging world, we are the only young country. Our age, average is, Indian average is 25, 26 years. Average age, I am speaking about average age. And this will create lot of opportunities also. Maybe our liability, but it's create opportunity also. Because we have some 45 to 50 crores Indians is below the age of 15. and they will all come in primary education, in higher education, and might be Chairman sir, Manish Jain sir, in your academy, Indus Business Academy. So the last, the 20 years, the opportunity you have, and the opportunities which come in next 20 years will be much bigger. So a lot of students will come in higher education. We have some 40-50 crores Indians, and their average age is their age is below 50. So at demographic front, we are very well placed. We have a lot of workforce, because demography is not important for only for consumption or for say workers. We are the more workers in India, and we are supplying more workers to global economy, because the economies are aging. So we have, and you have lot of opportunities also. So the one parameter, so demography, which is changing all over the world. Second D is deglobalization. Second D is globalization, which starts from nearly 12 or 13 years back, when China was the main powerhouse and manufacturing hub of the globe. And this deglobalization process is fast after this COVID, because world is having too much dependency on China. And from more than 50% cameras, more than 50% refrigerators, more than 50% mobile phones, they all are produced by China. So that was domination of China is very harmful for world, that they experienced, all the countries experienced in COVID, because they are so much dependent on China for their raw material also. So now all the countries feels, and they adopted a policy called China +1 policy, in which all want to set their factories out of China. And India getting a lot of benefits of that. Nowadays, so many MNCs want to open their shops, their factories in India. So this is second D, which is deglobalization. Earlier this process was started, and what all countries feels that there must be a multipolar world other than China. So best destination for them is India. Now third D is taking place all over the world is decarbonization. Decarbonization. Recently, we have a conference of parties meeting at Saudi Arab or Dubai, COP26. So this decarbonization process is started. So this is also very important for us. Why? Because every economy is dependent upon energy, and India is a energy country nowadays, because average Indian today consumes some 800 watt of energy, excluding food. And this energy consumption in coming next year or 7 years will increase. So energy consumption is very directly proportional to growth. All other countries, like you take example of US, their energy consumption is 900 watt per day. And this consumption in next 5 or 10 years is not going to increase. But there is vast scope as far as India is concerned that their energy consumption will increase more than 60%. Because earlier we don't have electricity in villages. Nowadays some 6 lakh villages, almost 95% villages have access to electricity. So in India, so electricity demand will increase. And because we are a signatory of the Paris Agreement on climate change, so we are generating our excess demand through renewable energy. Our more focus is on renewable energy. At present, we are generating near about 22% of energy from renewable sources, and this will going to increase in future. This will help in other ways also. You are using nowadays e-bikes, e-scooters, scooty, and very soon you will see e-buses and e-trucks also. So it helps in maintaining cities clean also. So this process of decarbonization is also in favor of India. Now, the last D you all know is the revolution which we are going on, a very large and very fast pace, is digitalization. So democracy, deglobalization, decarbonization, and digitalization. So India, I am giving you an example, India is contributing 4% of GDP of world. But India's digital transaction is 40%. And India developed a UPI system, which is a unified interface. It's a real-time transfer of money. And you know, it is a public utility. It is a public utility, it is not private. Public utility means like you are moving in a road and a street light, that is a public utility. The street light is public utility. So this unique platform, which no other country is having, and which is a public utility, change lot of businesses, enterprise, and even consumer, individuals, students, women, and all. And we talk, if in this 4 parameters, if we talk, no other country is in a better situation than India. Earlier I told you on demographic front, India is in very good position. In decarbonization, India is also in very good condition because our this energy consumption is low now, and our deglobalization, we are also in a very good geopolitical stage, because everyone want to set their businesses in our country. And last, the digitalization, which we have started in everyone know the Nandal Neelkani, who is the in Infosys here in Bangalore. So we started Aadhaar in 1912, and after Aadhaar from 1914, we created a Jain Trinity. Jain Trinity means we started Janadhan account. Janadhan account is a very it creates a financial inclusion for poor section. So Janadhan account, Aadhaar, and mobile phone. This trinity is a very important, and it plays a very crucial role in not only financial inclusion but in all other things. Like if I will give you example, it will also increase the credit need. At present, India is having their private credit is 60% of their GDP. This will increase to 100% in next 7-10 years. And this credit need is this digital, the platform which we have right now in our country. So you will easily get loan and credit from this digital platform, because earlier banks will give you credit based on your property or anything you will leverage there on that basis. Now banks and financial institutions having your records, your income tax record, because you are filing online, your consumption, you are buying online. So 360 some financial institution and banks are associated with this UPI system. So on this basis, because they have your record of your income tax record, your expenditure record, everything is online. So on that basis, they will offer loan to you. So this credit scenario will also going to change. So these are 4 changes which are taking place in world, and we are the most beneficiary of this all. So my point is this, putting this thing before you, is that this is the right time, and this is the right time for you, because we have passed our days. So you will surely benefit with this, because our economy is flourishing, our growth rate is highest, nearly 7%, and no other country is having growth rate like that. And as I told you that very early in near about what Morgan Stanley report says, and it is, I think it's very true, that in within after 7 years, in 2030, we will be the 3rd largest economy. So grab the opportunity which are before you, and in coming future there are more prospects for you. So thank you me for inviting me to deliver lecture here. Once again, I'd like to thank organizer. Thank you, sir.
May we have a big round of applause for sir. Thank you so much, sir. Now we would move forward for introduction of our jury member. Dr. Vijay Lakshmi S. Dr. Vijay Lakshmi S, a PhD in interdisciplinary subjects economics and geography, has an extensive teaching experience, having taught at various institutions including IIM Bangalore, RV Institute of Management. She also possesses significant academic management experience and have authored and contributed to numerous publications on economics, management and education. Additionally, she is affiliated with professional organizations and holds expertise in diverse areas like managerial economics, human resource management and entrepreneurship. Now, I would like to request Ecofluence coordinator Jenita Saji ma'am to welcome Vijay Lakshmi ma'am with a floral bouquet.
Dr. Venkatesh.
Highly accomplished economist, host PhD from the prestigious Institute of Social and Economics.
He has dedicated 26 years to teaching at various colleges in Karnataka, guiding students and conducting research. His expertise has been sought by numerous institutions nationally and internationally, lending him prestigious awards like National Award from the President of India. He is an inspiration and a valuable asset to the economic field. Now, I would request Anita Ravindra ma'am to welcome Dr. B.S. Venkatesh sir with a floral bouquet.
Dr. Malini L. Tantri. Dr. Malini L. Tantri is an assistant professor at the Center of Economic Studies and Policy, Institute of Social and Economic Change, Isaac, Bangalore. Her areas of specialization are international trade and development, specifically trade facilitation, India-China studies, trade and gender, special economic zone, and food and security. Now I request Gauri sir to welcome ma'am with a floral bouquet.
Professor Nivedita K. holds a Master in Commerce (MCom), an MBA, and has qualified the NET and KSET. She is currently pursuing her PhD in Management at Bangalore City University. With over 14 years of teaching experience, she has worked as an assistant and associate professor at GTIMSR for 10 years and served as the principal of GT Independent PU College from 2017 to 2021. I request Professor Narendra Babu sir to present Nivedita K with a floral book. Now, we shall officially begin the competition after a short break. Dear participants, this platform
before they officially close the event, technically the vote of thanks will have to be given at the end of the competition, but certain formalities will have to be going through even for the inauguration. When we hear the speakers around, of course Manish sir almost sounded like an economist now. Probably a few years younger he might have participated in the competition also. Subhas sir, as usual, has always been not just an inspiration, he's always created those different ideas, unorthodox ideas. Though not from the mainstream economics background, he has always had a keen interest there and has been contributing quite a lot in that domain. Our chief guest, we are really pleased to have him. He accepted our invitation the moment we invited him for this event. That's very kind of you, Dr. Brahme sir. It was a pleasure to listen to you. The mantra what you gave was the 4 Ds. Demography, deglobalization, decarbonization, and digitalization. It are all challenging the way economics has been structured, the way economics has been taught. Was quite lucid, quite informative, quite enlightening. In fact, those thoughts I think would resonate across all those who want to pursue a career in economics. Not just a career in economics, even if they want to follow a certain career path. It's these thoughts, these 4 dimensions could have quite an enlightening impact. As I said, it's your age. You are the ones who are beginning your career. Next 30, 40 years of your life you will be in the career. So these are going to be the most important things, trends that are going to shape up our life. So again, we are very, very thankful to you. As a token of our appreciation, I request our chief mentor, Professor Subhas Sharma, to kindly hand a memento, to give a memento to Professor Brahme. Thanks. I'll just ask the anchors. There's going to be a tree planting ceremony just after this. And once we have that, we'll have a short tea break. We'll come back refreshed. All the participants will assemble back in the auditorium and there will be a briefing of the competition for about 5 minutes. And then after that, we will go to the respective sessions where we are going to begin the competitions officially. Fine? Kanak, Srishti.
Participants, this platform is your chance to showcase your research and ideas, and we encourage you to make the most of it. Our volunteers will guide you to the allotted classrooms where the first round will be held. At IBA, we hold a steadfast commitment to fostering a green, eco-friendly campus environment. In line with this ethos, we mark the arrival of our distinguished guests by having them plant a sapling. This act symbolizes unity, growth, and our unwavering dedication to sustainability. With great honor, I extend an invitation to Dr. Ravindra Brahme sir and respected jury members leaving their inspirational mark in the fertile soil of IBA. I now request Dr. Manish Jain sir, Dr. Subhas Sharma sir, Dr. Shubhendu De sir to accompany our guests and jury members for a tree plantation and request everyone to gather outside this auditorium for tea and get back to the classrooms by 11:30 a.m. to kickstart the competition. Thank you.
Making you think in a different line, get your alternative perspectives, and hence it's time that we recognize them, we express our gratitude to them. So on behalf of the Indus Business Academy, I thank all the 4 respected members of the jury, Professor B.S. Venkatesh, Dr. Vijay Lakshmi, Professor Nivedita, Dr. Malini Tantri, who's held up with some activity, she's joining us soon. As I said, since it's something cannot get executed without the help of the students. So to express our gratitude, I call one of our student coordinators, Kashish Rathod, to present a memento to Professor B.S. Venkatesh. In fact, Kashish has been working quite hard for this. She had a placement round today, but she still did a lot of hard work the whole night yesterday. Went around, gave an interview, and again was back in the hot spot here. I request another of our student coordinators, Ms. Supriya Iyer, to come and present a memento to Dr. Vijay Lakshmi. I request our senior professor, Professor pique Bhattacharya sir, to present a memento to Professor Nivedita. Before we announce the results, I think we'll have an opportunity to introduce the judges for the next panel, the panel in the afternoon. I request the anchors to take over and introduce the judges.
We now enter the finals of this competition. We have in our midst Dr. S. Deshpande as the jury. As the jury of this round. Dr. R.S. Deshpande is the presently director of the Institute for Social and Economic Change, ISEC. Bengaluru. Professor Deshpande was a member of the Committee on Farmers' Suicides in Karnataka, drafted the WTO Cell Report and Agricultural Policy 2006 of the Government of the Karnataka. He was also the convener for preparing the manual for District Planning Team of the Planning Commission. He is a member of an expert group on WTO and Agriculture of the Ministry of Commerce, Government of India. Among his important books are Crops and Cultivation, NGOs and Farmers Movements, Moon in the Mirror, Farmer and the Minimum Support Price in Karnataka, Rural Policy for Growth and Poverty Reduction, Glimpses of Indian Agriculture, Micro and Macro Aspects, Volume 1 and Volume 2, and where water seeps, contract farming and tenancy reforms. He was one of the 3 coordinators of the mega study on the farmers at the Millennium sponsored by Ministry of Agriculture, Government of India. His areas of specialization include agricultural economics, economic policy, land issues, development economics and applied econometrics. Saroj Arora is a senior research officer in the Center for Rural Studies, Lal Bahadur Shastri National Academy of Administration, Mussoorie. His areas of interest are land reforms, land administration, peasant movement, agrarian reforms, gender and land, resettlement and rehabilitation of project affected families. He has done extensive research on gender, land, resettlement and rehabilitation issues. Now I would request Professor Ravi Shankar sir to welcome, to present the book to our Deshman.
It's all right, sir. Let it come anytime. Sir, let it come afterwards. Very much. Hi. It's for you. My young friend had made a few mistakes. He got in, Saroj Arora, who was my co-author, and then later on, gender studies, etc. is Saroj, not me. Thank you.
Dr. S. Puttaswamaiah is a renowned economist with a vast experience in teaching and research. His areas of expertise include environmental economics, agriculture economics, health economics, and quantitative techniques. The Department of part of the initiative has contributed to the development of universities' curriculum. His and have made him now request our student coordinator.
Small correction. I come from Bengaluru University, not from Bengaluru City University.
Dr. Padmini Rao, an accomplished academic, earned her MA in economics from Mysore University in 1973, with a teaching career spanning over 4 decades, including 10 years at KGF and 30 years at Baswangudi National College. She currently serves as respected professor at National College. Dr. Rao, an MBA graduate in year 2000, mentors PhD students in economics at Jain University. Her entrepreneurial initiative, the Mayura Study Center, Jayanagar, caters to the student at all levels, reflecting her commitment to education. Renowned for dynamic teaching methods, Dr. Padmini Rao legacy is a beacon for excellence in the field of economics. Now, I will request Professor Arvamudan sir to present the bouquet to the floor.
It's now time to declare the result of round 1. I invite Professor Prashant Kulkarni to kindly declare the result.
Anyway, so the most awaited moment, the first round of filters, if I had to speak it, the first awaited moment, the second awaited moment is the later in the evening for the prizes. I'm not reading out in any sequence, it's just randomly I'm just calling out, okay. It is a tough times for the evaluators, as I said, not an easy thing to do. They have done their job, you have had a chance to impress them. Those who managed to impress, yes, they're getting through to the next round. We have selected 8 teams for the second round. So 8 teams are being selected for the second round. So those 8 teams will now present before the second panel, the distinguished panel which the Master of Ceremonies announced just now, introduced just now. We'll start off the 8. The first name I think I'll call EC8. EC8. EC8 has been selected. Is here? Okay, fine. EC16. EC16, they have gone to the finals. EC3. EC3 also has gone to the finals round. EC1. EC1 has gone to it. EC10. EC10 is here. Okay, EC10 has gone to it. EC5. EC5 has gone into the finals round. EC15. EC15, they have into the finals. The last team, EC19. EC19, okay, fine. So these are 8 teams. I request all the finalists, you can move into CR1, where you'll be waiting around before you're being called for evaluation over here. Okay? So basically you can just move around there. Others, it is not that you performed badly. It is not at all the case. You performed up to your best. You gave your best. But being a very, very, very tough contest among the 16 teams, it's not a pleasant task to segregate them, separate them, eliminate them. But then that is how the competitions are structured out. Yes, there is nothing, no hope to be lost. I'm sure you'll all come back, bounce back very strongly in the next edition. It's always been great to have around here. You can be part of the event. You can be part of the event around for the rest of the final session. You can be here, you can watch the presentations in the final round. Okay? So now I'll leave it to the anchors and the respected judges. They will be the ones who will be taking it forward into the final. The same rules should apply around there. Okay? Okay, go judges के लिए just ask them to request the judges to sit here. Okay, because here the PPT will present the right. Okay, can request the judges to come back here. Okay. So you go from there and okay, you come here and request them whether you need writing tags. You need writing tags to write it or not. Okay, so that they will hand over the evaluation sheets. Okay. Will sit together or will split out? What are you doing? You better sit together. Yes, yes. You sit here.
congratulations to all the participants for showing great enthusiasm in round 1. Your ideas and concepts have surely created an impact in our minds today. Losing is not end of the journey, but it's the beginning of a research of your ideas and may it bloom into great success. Keep up the good work.
I welcome the jury members and all the participants to this round. Without further delay, let us commence this session.
Second,
Streamline.
Good afternoon. Yes. Good afternoon to one and all who is present today. Good afternoon to the jury. I'm Jyotsna, and I don't know, since I'm the first one, I'm kind of nervous. But okay, then I'll be starting with my topic. So the concept that I'm going to talk upon is the intriguing instances of consumption dancing onto the tunes of delight. Basically, I feel is that people are the one who create a nation and people are the one who create the economy. And the nature of people is so unpredictable, there are various pathways that they can take. So the concept of economy and thriving in the economy of a nation derives from the needs and desires of the people. Hence my first statement goes is that humankind drives on desires and the needs to fulfill those desires. Markets cater to these needs and desires, and that's how they grow and sustain in the world. But are the needs endless? Don't they have a limit or don't they have a boundary? It is generally in the common sense is that if I give you something, you end up go on taking it. Is there a limit to that? Do the humans have the desires or the needs where there is no kind of borderline to it? So this leads to the birth of a new thought, new school of thought and a new world, and let's go on by exploring various kinds of examples through it. The next slide please. The next slide. So, for example, we take the instances in a daily life. You drink coffee at one point of time and then the satisfaction or the value that you derive at the first sip is more. But as you go on taking the sip, as you go on taking it after a few point of time, the value that I derive out of it goes on decreasing. It's in the same way when you attend the social events as well. In a 1 month, I have a lot of conferences, a lot of social events that I attend. But by the end of the month, I don't feel that much satisfaction that I derive out of that attending the socializing aspect. Even with the playing of music instruments and as well as reading of the books. So through these examples, if we see it in our daily life, we come to know that the needs and the desires are not endless. the additional unit that you acquire out of each and everything, out of each activity that you do, will go on decreasing after you go on acquiring it. It's the same thing in every aspect of life. So what are the examples, some of the real examples in the companies that they use in utilizing this concept? Next slide, please. Companies utilize this concept in a large way in order to attain a revenue. The concept might look so micro, at a very micro level. It might look not that much impacting, but it does impact a company revenue, it does impact the revenue of the nation, it does impact the decision that one makes in their personal lives. Let us explore the example of Netflix. What does Netflix do? It is an OTT platform and it serves different kinds of entertainment to the people. But you take subscription. The more time you spend on Netflix, by the end of the time, you don't feel that much satisfaction deriving out of it. You lose interest in it. But still, the companies make a revenue out of the annual subscription they pay. They don't care whether you are enjoying it or not. But by the end, they are getting the revenue out of the decision that you make initially. If we go to the barbecue nation, they have the buffet system where you pay 780 rupees or 800 rupees, you have the unlimited access to the food. It is very exciting because at a cheaper rate I can taste a lot kinds of food, right? So, but as you go on eating it, the last plate won't be that much fulfilling to you. But the initial installment that you have paid, whether how much food you eat or not, they have an annual streamlined revenue of this. If we take Emirates and Lufthansa, they offer frequent flyer programs to the people who are executives, to the people who have this need to travel to different places. They are offering this kind of program to them. So it's kind of like a subscription only. But sometimes you will feel fed up of traveling through airline. You want to try sea routes, you want to try trains, right? So, but still, this is how they are making the revenue. This is how they are generating it. You have Microsoft Office as well, which offers most of its products through licensing model. Due to the initial, you feel very grateful when you receive a whole package where you can utilize a lot of things. But then there is upgrades. There is again one more additional feature that is attached to it, which comes an additional licensing. So in this way, they are also generating the revenue. But these all concepts talk about one thing. They all cater to the needs of the people, and they all bet on one thing, is that even though the consumer utility or the consumer need satisfaction or the value they derive out of it goes on decreasing, but they still end up creating a revenue out of this. They still end up sustaining in the market, they still end up getting profitable. If you look at some different angles where the companies were also in trouble because of using this strategy, what does marketers do? They penetrate the market by different kinds of schemes. If we take the example of Ola and Uber subsidies, they provide substantial discounts and incentives to the riders and drivers. So at first you get a coupon, and then you also have this reference or referral things, which actually creates a lot of impact on the consumer mind, and you do go on using that point. But does the companies have the subsidies unlimited? No, they don't have it. They use it initially as a plan to penetrate the market, but they set the standards of the consumer so high that you end up unable to contain that subsidies, and also you end up creating a very cost crucial things to the companies. And then you have Reliance Jio, which led to giving free unlimited data and most of the things, which was a very thought-provoking concept in the industry of the telecom itself, but it led to the pressure on the network infrastructure which we see right now. Why do I take all these examples? What I want to conclude is that there are some hidden demands, there are some hidden needs of the consumer, and the marketers utilize these needs to create a niche market for them. But this is only to the one who are the first trendsetters, who are the first to tap this. But what about the people remaining? They do follow those trendsetters, and they are the category challengers who challenge them, and the category followers who go on challenging these trendsetters. But they don't reap that much benefit out of it. What I want to tell is that by the end, consumers' needs and their tastes and preferences is what that creates an economy. But companies need to know they need to maintain a certain gap. They need to know when you should reap out benefit out of it and when you should be sustaining yourself to the point that has already been there. So that's it. Thank you. Creator and create.
It's okay.
Yeah, you're thinking.
Okay, what is the mean? Let us spelling mistake. Okay, clear. What is the major concept in economics that you started with?
I started with the needs that were there.
Economics. From economics that you know.
Okay. Diminishing marginal utility.
Okay. Is it always the same for every commodity?
No, sir. We have this concept called, it is basically a point of individual also. There are two things that we need to take care. One thing is that...
Suppose I start buying land.
Okay.
Is there diminishing marginal utility at any point of time?
Yes, sir. In the future, there will be.
Why people own so many houses, so many lands, and so much of wealth creation? Is there a diminishing marginal utility for wealth?
Yes, I believe there is. Yes.
250, 80 crores found, is it not sufficient for one family to go?
One thing I want to state is that wealth may not be important to each and every person on the planet.
Is there a diminishing marginal utility for wealth?
Yes. Yes.
Good presentation. You have spoken from the point of view of business.
Yes.
Now don't you think the law of diminishing marginal utility from where you have drawn your writing, is it not good to retain it like that? Otherwise, what will be the impact on society?
That is basically that's what the marketers or the upcoming industries have to think about. That's why we ended up in the world of talking about sustainable marketing, green HRM, even green economics. Yes, sir. No, sir. PGDM. So there is a need that we need to have a regulation upon this, and the markets also need to understand about this.
Okay, good presentation about deriving or using the diminishing marginal utility concept to explain the consumption and market behavior. So it's I think it's a good attempt. But as Professor Deshpande was asking some questions, I'm not going to tell the answer what Professor was asking because I should not hinge on his domain.
Yes.
But you told you are a management student.
Yes.
Please, all the management students, please remember that economics is the basic for that.
Yes.
So read basics of economics. Then you will get the answer for Professor Deshpande's question. So there are some exceptions in diminishing marginal utility.
Yes.
So to understand that, I think your answer will be different. Apart from that, you had given some examples like Amazon and all that. So if you had taken a kind of case study to narrate your statements, that would have been better to picturize your what is your thinking process. That's my suggestion.
Sure, sir. Yes.
Management student, there is something called lumpiness of technology.
Yes.
There is tagging of consumption. All the examples which you have given, it's tagging of consumption to the consumer. So that's the concept which comes in economics too.
Yes.
When And that is something. Also, it has limits.
Yes.
Like it has limits.
Yes.
You could have brought up to that. Lumpiness is something you buy a gel pen.
Yes.
Only the retina of that pen will be used in that shell.
Pen. Yes.
That shell.
Yes.
No other retina.
Yes.
You buy a barcode, it will be only barcode retina which will go. That's lumpiness of the technology, and that's lumpiness of Netflix, lumpiness of Geo.
Yes.
These are the lumpiness.
Yes.
And this lumping of the technology is economics as well as in money.
But I also believe that no competition can be a monopoly. At some point of time, it will be monopolistic competition leading to perfect competition. So,
Perfect competition is only textbook.
it will lead to monopoly because technology is there, I agree. Yes, monopolistic.
Any student ask a question to the presenter? Anyone? Do you have any question?
Yes. Against the law of diminishing, against the topic which I was talking about. Yes. It will be a good impact. It will be a good impact if we go against it. Thank you very much.
I know you have given attendance, but then there's also something which is attending. You should be attending also. Just interrupting for a couple of minutes. I know we are already running late, but as we assembled around 3, I expressed my gratitude to all the judges who evaluated in the morning rounds. Professor Malini was not there; she was busy with another assignment there. I think I have made her wait now. I express heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Malini Tantri. She took her time off, came around here. She also had a pleasure of having her daughter around here. So, as a mark of gratitude to her, I request Srishti to come and present a memento to her. Incidentally, it was Srishti who built up the network with Dr. Malini and then carried forward to her presence today. I think we can now continue with the next presentations.
The next participant is ACA.
respected judges, faculties, and all my dear listeners. A very warm and pleasant good afternoon to all my listeners. So I'm Golda Godley, research scholar from the Department of Economics and Finance, BITS Pilani, Goa campus, and I consider it a privilege to present my study titled The Political Dance of Budgets, Unraveling the Interplay Between Election Cycles, Competing Parties and Fiscal Deficits in India. So let me start by just putting forward a query. So do you think is it good for an individual to spend more than what he earns, and that too consistently? Absolutely not, because once he does that, he has to cover up the excess by borrowing, right? So then the cycle continues and it ultimately affects him. Same is the case with an economy. When an economy tries to spend more than what it earns, what happens? Then this excess has to be covered up using borrowing from various sources. And this pattern of expenditure where the country or the economy, the government spends more than what it earns is called fiscal deficit. Change this way. And this fiscal deficit, according to various studies, has very adverse effects on the economy. It can affect an economy's growth because it affects its consumption, its investment, then the credibility is affected. So it affects the country in an adverse way. When it comes to Indian economy, India is having this, it's a persistent or a prolonged problem in India. It has been there in the economy for over 30 to 40 decades. It has been last 3 to 4 decades it has been an issue, and the government somehow wanted to contain it, and they have used the FRBM Act, okay, the Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Act. In the year 2003 they enacted it, because in the late 90s and in the early 2000s this was enormous, but especially in 2002 it was 6.1% of the percentage of GDP. So somehow to control it they use the FRBM. But what happened, initially it was able to reduce it, but in 2008-9 the global financial crisis happened, and it just in 2010 the gross fiscal deficit was almost 10.6% of the GDP. So despite all this, in a paper by Acharya, she says that this fiscal deficit of India is different compared to other countries. So I was thinking, what is something vivid or peculiar about India? We know India is a democratic country, right? And it has elections happening every 5 years, and India has a very strong democratic system. So I was thinking, what is the effect this electoral cycles or the political factors is having on the fiscal deficit? And according to Samudra, she says that this Indian elections in India are similar to a festival, because there is competition between the parties, and not only that, people get to hear a lot of tall promises, right? So and every party tries to come into the power, somehow come into the power, especially the ruling party. They have the motive to get re-elected. So what they do, they try to somehow increase the expenditure before the elections and during the election years. Okay, so this is not a phenomenon that is only limited to India. Somehow to manipulate the voters, they want to show they are competent enough through the provision of public goods, and what they do, they try to increase their expenditure. But the thing is, it is good increasing the expenditure, but one thing is, they don't consider the financial constraint that we are in. Okay, so what happens? This again exacerbates the fiscal deficit that we are already in. And what happens? This is not just limited to India. This phenomenon or this pattern of expenditure, increasing the expenditure before the election and during the election, just before the election and during the election, is not just limited to India. It is a global phenomenon. And this phenomenon is termed as the political budget cycle. And this model was given by William Nordhaus in the year 1970. So this is the economic aspect related to it. So we cannot delineate the political aspects from the economic policy things. So this is actually intertwined. And moreover, I would like to see empirically test what is the effect of this electoral cycle and the political competition. So we know election is all about competition, and this election without competition is pointless, and the competition is all between the parties to get into power. So what happened? I am just trying to see what is the empirically analyze what is the effect of electoral cycle and competition between the political parties on fiscal deficit. So there are two views regarding the political competition. It can either increase the deficit or it can generate an accountability to the government and contain the fiscal deficit. So I have selected data from 1976 to 2019, and I have tested it using the ARDL model. And I've taken fiscal deficit as my dependent variable as a percentage of GDP, and my three interest variables of interest, that is political variables. One is the election year, another one is the onset of election, that is the election, the year before the election, 1 year before the election, and the political competition. And this is being controlled for inflation, external shock, FRBM and population growth. So according to my study, the empirical analysis, and this data set has also very good because it has seen, this period has seen many economic and political transitions. So based on my analysis, see, the election year and the year before election is actually exacerbating or increasing the fiscal debt. That is very clear, and it has been empirically analyzed already in India, and I am just again proving it. And another thing is the political competition aspect. That is very new to research, and what happened, it can be either positive or negative. Based on the analysis, in India with intense competition, the fiscal deficit is contained because the government keeps a check to it because the opposition is strong and they keep a check on it. Now I have some implications. See, we have to not delineate the political factors from the economic policies. We have to see it with the political economy lens. Then as voters, let's be rational, let's be forward looking, and to all the politicians, future politicians here, let's be sustainable, make promises, but think about our constraints and make your promises. That's all. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Attempt is
Yes.
auto-regressive distributed line. What are the data? Was it this processor tool or panel data or what data?
Time series, sir.
Time series data?
Time series, panel data basically. We have used, see, that is my model, the one above.
I know.
Yeah.
What is the cross-section?
The cross-section at that point of time, the variable.
Cross-section of what?
Cross-sectional data.
Of what? What is the cross-section you have? It's your full data.
So, sir, sorry, let me tell you. So, all these variables are time series.
This is for India.
Yes.
It is not for the states.
No, only for India. The general election. Yes.
Then where is the distributed lag comes in? Because election is 1 year.
Yes.
Distributed lag is lag of 2 years, 3 years. Not 1 year lag.
Okay.
It doesn't come. Anyway, this is correction.
Yeah, yes, sir. Yes.
Second thing.
Yes.
You have used the fiscal deficit. Your presentation is excellent, approach is excellent, work is excellent.
Thank you, sir.
Fine. But there are problems.
Yes, sir.
And these problems are by big people too.
Okay.
The Acharya's paper is the same thing.
Okay.
The dependent variable is gross fiscal deficit as percent of
GDP.
Right.
Yeah.
When the fiscal deficit is declared on the budget day.
Yeah.
Am I right?
Yes, sir.
On the budget day, and when the GDP data available, on that day, it is 28 February.
Okay.
GDP gets completed on 31st March. All along, India all finance ministers from the beginning, even in British India, were using GDP as denominator. It was wrong.
Okay.
Many times I told, many times I wrote, but nobody bothers.
Okay.
They use the GDP. Now, their problem is different, but your problem is different. Your denominator changes because of certain policies. Your numerator is the one which you are focusing.
Yes.
Therefore, the model doesn't apply. You have to use only the numerator. Okay, there are only two questions. This is advice.
Okay, sir.
Two questions. Number one, the variable which calls for political competition, politically oriented budget. What is that budget? How do you measure the budget is politically oriented or non-political? 5 guarantees is politically oriented or not, or welfare oriented. That's the difference.
Yes.
Welfare oriented or politically oriented. What is the variable? Number two. Second question is that deficit is bad is general belief, but I think one must look into Abapi learners, AP learner, a very famous economist of the streets.
Yes.
The economics of control. He argues that deficit is essential for development of any economy.
Yes.
There comes the first statement of yours, the personal finance and public finance. In the personal finance, we can't get into debt trap. Public finance, we are allowed to do.
Okay.
Third question. FRBM Act has been 3 to 3.5%. Basis of
So, the first question was about the variables. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So the variable about the political. So you were asking, how do we determine if in the budget whether it is politically targeted one or not? The budget, what the government is promising is politically targeted or not. So in my analysis, what I have done is just seen for the the expenditure before the election year and after and during the election year. I did not see whether it was capital expenditure or revenue expenditure. So I think a budget, like when the politicians want to influence the voters, they will go for this unsustainable kind of. I would like to have your feedback. Okay. Yes. Yes, sir.
Finance minister is a politician, basically. He wants to get elected. If he does not present a budget,
Yes.
Other budgets fine.
Yes. Yes, sir. I agree. Thank you, sir.
I wanted a little clarification. With more political cooperation, this thing is contained.
Yes,
Or it was the other way around.
Yes, ma'am. So, based on the political competition factor, there has been two ways we can relate it. When the competition is more, the government will try to increase the expenditure and the deficit will be more. But there is another study which says that by NEOG in 2023, they say that when the political competition is intense, the government is accountable for their expenses. I mean, they keep a check. They do not spend in the way they like. They will be considerate about the opposition. The opposition is strong. The opposition and the people, voters. Sir? CAG. Oh, okay, sir. Thank you.
and 1 year before election, the first two hypotheses look similar.
Yes, yes, sir.
I think the title of your presentation was the Dance of Budget. I did not see that in your presentation. So how the budgets
And
were
I
dancing.
just meant the action. How they act or how they contribute, how these political vehicles contribute to the fiscal deficit.
Yeah, I agree. But in your presentation, you had some examples how it has changed. At least taking the case of India itself, the recent elections, how they are fought between the parties when announcing the PBs, what they call. So as Professor Deshpande was mentioning, so it depends on the perspective with what we are looking.
Yes,
If you look at the welfare perspective, definitely it won't be a kind of criticism. So if we look from the expenditure side or purely from party to party, then it will be a kind of competing argument. So it depends how we look at it. So if we look from welfareism or welfare side, the expenditure is a positive on the society as a whole. So when you design your research or researchable issue, so with what perspective you are looking at, that becomes important.
Yes. Applications in daily life. Sir, elections are now part and parcel of every voter and every citizen. So. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you for the valuable feedbacks and for listening to me very gently. Thank you.
So the next team is EC10.
I will initiate.
Mic is touch the mic. There is pictures.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone.
EC10.
Good afternoon to all the research enthusiasts. I am Samhita Narayan and this is Nancy Agarwal, and we are today talking about our paper, Pregnancy as a Decision. We are talking about an economic question of agency for women in India. So Economics 101, which is a basic fundamental course that is being taught to us, talks about the concept of rationality. So the concept of rationality is more or less the cornerstone, a cornerstone of economic theories. But this possesses the bequest of motives of household and the source of rationality there. So especially when we consider through the, when we look into pregnancy or choice decision made around it, it is very important to look at through the gender and intra-household lens. So now coming to the Indian context, approximately every year around 30 million women undergo pregnancy. That's the transformative experience. So in this, whenever I am saying here the incidence of pregnancy, it means the rate of pregnancy. Okay, so this varies across regions and socio-economic group, but this comes to a question of does decision of pregnancy also vary across sector, class, and group? So to this we have divided basically our paper into three puzzles. The first puzzle, the puzzles go around pregnancy, costs associated with it across class, caste, and sector. And for this, we have answered using the NSSO 75th round of expenditure on social consumption and health. So when we look into incidence of pregnancy and when we look at across the sector, that is rural and urban, it can be seen that rural has around 7.5%, whereas urban has only 5.4%. Similarly, the higher rate of pregnancy, it's a question if the higher rate of pregnancy is caused by backwardness. We again see that here also from both these numbers, it can be observed that in rural regions exhibit higher rate of pregnant women. So this brings us to the first puzzle of whether childbearing is a homogeneous intertemporal decision of intra-household.
So to record the first puzzle, we break down the incidence by sector and economic class through MPC, monthly per capita expenditure. Before going forward, let me explain to you what quantiles mean. So here Q1 means lowest income quantile and Q5 means the highest income quantile. So if you see in rural and urban areas, quantile 1 and quantile 2, in rural areas, quantile 1 and quantile 2 has 33.2% and 28.6% of pregnancy rates, while in urban areas, quantile 4 and quantile 5 has 27.6% and 34.7% of pregnancy rates. If you compare across urban and rural, again in the quantile 5, rural has only 3.4% of the pregnancy rate. Now that becomes a myth breaker, and we can see that the poorer section or marginalized section do not contribute in the quantile 5 in the pregnancy in urban areas.
So now we know there is a regional dimension, and when we can explain this argument probably by saying, so when we consider a rural household, the possibility of the household members, the number of people, the size of the household could be high. So this leads to so when a woman is pregnant, there is a possibility of unpaid domestic provider in the household. Whereas when you come to urban India, the size of the household is small. So since the standard of living is high and the cost becomes high, so this can become this can make for urban women a difficult decision to explain and. This brings us for the second puzzle. So when we say rural India has higher public health care, and here we look into if this burden is taken over from urban, that is if we get a lot of public healthcare centers in urban, will this problem be solved? So this we consider two things here. This is the second puzzle. First one, spending on care, and the second one, choice of care. So we distinguish women who goes to treatment for both prenatal and postnatal, and we try to public sector.
Second puzzle, we look into first the different choices for maternal health care a women opt for in the private and public health care. So here you can see that in the rural areas, women opt for 74.1% women opt for the public healthcare facility, while 22.3% women opt for the private healthcare facility, which becomes twofold when we shift our focus to the urban areas. That is 41.8% women opt for the private healthcare facilities in urban areas. Now let's look into the MPC quantiles across private and public healthcare sectors. In the public and private healthcare sector, we can see in the quantile 4 and quantile 5, the highest income quantile, 30.3% and 20% women opt for the private healthcare facilities in rural India. While when we shift our focus to the urban India, in 55.9% women in quantile 5 and 37.3% women in quantile 4 opt for the private healthcare facilities. While in quantile 1, if you see 85.8% and 83.6%, basically in the lower quantiles, women opt for the public healthcare facilities. Please continue.
So this brings us to this actually brings us to another question. Even though if the cost of private healthcare is substantially high and is increasing, why do urban women choose private healthcare over and keep opting for private healthcare? So is this because of the private healthcare illusion that has been created? Is this illusion because of small family sizes, or is it because of lack of caregiver settings? And is it true that the public health is not very sufficient, it is not efficient in urban areas? So this leads us back to our question that decision of pregnancy as an economic decision. So if so, it again comes back to that. If this is happening in urban areas, will this also be implicated in rural areas in further? So that's our presentation. Thank you. So basically, this is more of a commentary of how it has been happening and what is what has been happening across rural and urban India, and how expenditure, that is prenatal and postnatal care through private and public hospitals, how they are. So we are, the conclusion is basically us questioning of is all the urban sector, which is mainly focusing, spending so much on private hospitals. Is it because of the entire private illusion?
Yes. In the fifth quintile, you have in the rural 3.4% pregnancy rate, and in urban it is very high, 34%. Why income influences high pregnancy rate in urban areas? Why? Because rich people have larger pregnancy rate as against poor people in urban areas. Why?
Can be answered like that. In urban areas, the pregnancy can be the financial decision can be because in urban areas we have a households. And also there is a financial constraint because urban expenditure is very higher than the rural expenditure. So whenever they look for the pregnancy, they first plan the pregnancy. That's the urban households, basically.
They at least have the choice of planning their pregnancy.
They can't because sir, they are living in the urban areas, but they are very poor. So that's why they are low. Sorry.
In rural areas, 1.5 pregnancy rate is low.
Yeah. So
rich people from rural areas do not allow pregnancy.
So it's basically the regional dimension that we come across when we talk about the rural and urban sector.
Did you have NFHS data?
NFHS we did not use because can I give the reason for why not NFHS? We went through the NFHS data, but the problem with that was, and the recent NFHS survey which was done when we started the paper, was half of them were through online phone calls because of the pandemic. So that is why we felt NSSO's health tech was better than NFHS.
Next slide. Here again, prenatal expenditure, postnatal expenditure.
Yes, sir.
Quintile 5 rural. Quintile 5 rural, 4,000. And in postnatal is 2,000.
Yes, sir.
Same thing here, 6,000 in urban, and it is
2,900.
Why the difference is so large in urban?
Sir, it is just because if you are taking the if you're talking about urban, women are actually opting for in the quintile 5 or opting for the private healthcare facilities, as we have seen above.
Postnatal is not urban, not in house. It's in house. Rich people.
Postnatal care also includes the child care, right? So that can also have a cost there.
Postnatal is child care.
Yeah, child care and the mother's care. So the possibility of they having constant visits can also be considered.
Next thing is your conclusions. Even though costs of care are much higher in private health care, urban women shifting to private health care has a need.
Yeah.
What is urban women? In all quartiles?
If you can go back to the slide, that slide. So here.
No, not all the quantiles.
That's exactly.
The initial.
Poor urban women. It's essential to distinguish them.
Yes. the initial quantiles of urban women shift to, they have
the higher income quantiles level.
Go back to the first slide, right? Yeah. You are mentioning agency for women in India. Can you explain that economic question of agency?
Okay. So basically, agency in terms of basically agency is something I know if I have to make a decision and I am given all the choices, I make my decision. The question of if I can make the decision, but the choices here comes with a constraint of gender in this terms and wealth. So that is the question that we are posing.
Yeah, if it is gender, then are you considering the decision of women to have a pregnancy or not?
So that's what, since it's also, especially in rural India, since it's also the question of expenditure, the decision of where to get prenatal postnatal expenditure, all that depends on the household head rather than the woman. So it's more of, since the household size is high and you have your elderly, it is more or less the notion of things can happen within household, and somewhere there is a notion of not spending much, and not the requirement of spending much is not there. So that becomes a collectively household decision or the household head's decision rather than the pregnant woman's decision. Yeah, correct.
Question of this will be therefore coming at all.
Okay, yeah. Next one.
Yeah. Another point is, in recent time, there is a move among the couples not to have children. So, can you relate how your hypothesis and the new trend among the new couples, how it can? Okay, sure. You have the answer?
No, probably.
No. Don't think too much.
Okay.
Yeah. Any questions from the student side?
I would request you, my dear students, at least one or two questions must be there. Otherwise, it has got no value. I am coming, please.
That serves you right. Yeah, sir. You check your students.
Since you have mentioned that quarter 1, 2, 3 and 4 and 5, so I would like to ask that what would be the result after 2 years? Any prediction about that?
So one thing about this is NSSO releases the data 5 years once. It's a 2018 data set. So this is of 2017, 2018.
So what do you think the future prediction would be? Any idea?
So in general, economic views, this cannot be answered through NSSO for sure because it's a 5-year one. But as an economic sense, when you see when we see a lot of private hospitals, especially in Bangalore, you see the costs keep going up. So over the course of time, the urban riches would continue spending more because they have to. So whereas this will create a problem for rural India, whereas if the private healthcare pollution goes to India, then what happens to the entire public sector of hospitals? So you cannot predict the 2 years as far as we know, but yeah.
Thank you.
Very happy that somebody asked.
Sir, let's try other side.
Okay. very well that we can provoke you to ask. At least there is beginning. Okay. Leave it, come.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So the next participant is ECC. G.
So good evening to one and all present here. There is a very cute relationship between a father and a daughter, and I have, through my storyboard presentation, have tried to inculcate those relationships, whether it's a communication between friends or about academics or school or food. So this is one such communication which I have drawn for one evening, that is the journey of daily economics. So the daughter asks her father that, "Dad, can we go out for dinner today?" Dad very curiously, obviously doesn't want to, asks that, "Again, let's eat at home." Daughter is like, "Because I'm very bored eating the home food." So we have the feeling this whenever we are talking with our dads, they try to impart some knowledge to us through a conversation. And the dad says, "Do you know why you are feeling this bored about home food?" Daughter being curious, like, "Why, Dad? Why is it so?" So Dad, coming to the conclusion of it, "Remember how you keep eating your ice cream and your excitements about it fades? That is the exact same thing that is happening when you are consuming home food again and again." Most of the hostelers will agree that now we love home food more than the outside food, given that we are eating outside food every day. So, coming from a Gujarati Marwadi background, business family, everything centers around money. So the dad comes up with, "But everything is getting a little expensive." The next slide, please. So the daughter comes up with, like, "Looks like the demand for young food is more." So the dad comes up with, "It's more related to competition and inflation." So we have, since our childhood, heard this thing that 10 rupees back then is not same anymore. So that is what the dad is trying to explain. So he says that it is because of the change in the price level that can be attributed to many factors like demand and supply, government policies, RBI norms, and events such as marriage and festivities. When it comes to demand and supply, it's more like if the demand is a 10 unit and supply is 10 unit, and keeping the supply unit 10 only, demand becomes 12. So the price will increase. And seeing the supply side of it, if the supply decreases to 8 unit, the price will increase, keeping the demand constant. So very curiously, the government policies and RBI norms will be explained in the presentation later. So very curiously, the girl asked that, "Curiously, we have left the Geo era, the era of free data. So if Geo came out in the market free, then why did other telecom sectors such as Airtel, Vodafone, which were existing then, decrease their prices?" So the father is trying to explain a different concept where he says that reducing a price is different for companies and it is a whole different concept. It is just like a race. It is more like one person wins and other loses. How one increases their speed and when other one is approaching. The agenda is to win, just like for companies, the agenda is to make profit. Through this, the dad is trying to explain the concept of Nash equilibrium and game theory. So, coming back to the main point, Dad was very curious to talk about the government because politics, interest rates are one of the key factors that our parents want to talk to us about. So remember how we were discussing interest rate and then how it will be beneficial to the public or not. It is a method taken by the government so that the price do not increase beyond a certain level. Can we have the next slide? The investment, the consumption, employment, imports, exports, everything depends on that. We must be reading, as that said, you must be reading in your newspaper about the repo rate changes, the infrastructure development in the budget. Like one day back, the MPC, the Monetary Policy Committee, came up with the repo rate being constant. So she was like, yes, all of this drives the inflation and all. So that was trying to explain it like, if repo rate is the accelerator, then the commercial bank is like a car and that car is driving the economy. So when you increase the repo rate, you decrease the repo rate, it's more like you are driving the economy. So curiously, the daughter wants to ask that how does the government get the money to spend and is it enough? So funnily, because he wants his daughter to be disciplined as well, the government gets money from the taxes. Just like when you make our lives easy, just like that, if government makes the life of the public easy through equality in payment, through better payment mechanism, the tax receipts are more. And that's how the conversation goes on, and the daughter realizes that so much is going in the back end when the economy is going in the front. So the girl says, let's go out for dinner now. And that would be the end of it. Next slide, please. One more. Thank you so much.
Excellent. Very good.
Thank you so much, sir.
And explaining it through cartoons is something caters to the children who otherwise do not like very loaded lectures, and therefore I expect a lot of questions now from the audience because they are children, so they must have understood this better than earlier. Let me ask you one thing.
Yes, sir.
Now, you talked about the demand. You talked about the daughter and father's questions. What is snob effect? And snob effect. And how does the snob effect comes in your presentation? This is the first question. Second question is, you said that father explained magical way.
Yeah.
And your daughter says, you are explaining it to father. Magical way. In simplest way. This is the second. Third one is father explained repo rate. Again the reverse. You have to explain to father what is repo rate.
Sure, sir. So about the snob effect, I'm unaware of that. If you could give me a little hint on that, I could. The second one was, the third one was repo rate. So I'll start with that first. So if, like, as father you are riding a bike. So there is an accelerator. So the accelerator work is done by RBI, and the speed of it is more like the control that RBI puts into commercial bank to for the supply of money in the economy, just like the speed you are having it on the road. So if we take accelerator as the repo rate and bike as a commercial bank, so we are controlling the bike. Yes, sir. Correct, sir. Sir, both kind of roads can be a good economy and a bad economy. When we are seeing that the economic growth is not very certain and inflation is going very high beyond a certain limit, then we must accept. So earlier question was Nash equilibrium. So yeah. So basically, there is a race and there is only first position. Two people are running. So first one's gain is another one's loss. So that is how I'll explain it to my father.
Complex.
Okay, so if so it's because I had to explain it to my father, so it's more of a simple. If I yes.
There are multiple demands of mine, including your clothes, your fees, your many things. Your mother, my God, she asked so many things. To be a child, I have to maintain all these. And everyone should be happy, otherwise I don't take money.
Yes.
That is passion.
Yes, sir.
Sir, I was talking to you about snobism.
Yes, ma'am.
Looking like the younger generations going crazy after things which are very expensive.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
you have explained different concepts. What is the point that you were driving at?
So, ma'am, the different concept in my presentation. So there was diminishing marginal utility that I wanted to start with because it's a daily conversation that we have and we see but we do not realize that we are experiencing. But it was mostly covered around inflation and interest rate as such because this is most of a hot topic that is going on right now. And there were certain other things that were associated with it. So
Dinner. Diminishing marginal utility. If you accept that law, the father should have taken the daughter for dinner. Because according to that law, the third time, fourth time, you would have told the father that we need not.
Ma'am, that is correct, but in my presentation, it's a normal household. And in normal household, nobody takes their children every time to the restaurant because first, it's not healthy according to our parents. And second, sometimes parents do not have time. Third, it's kind of expensive also. Ma'am, it was more of a topic that how we feel. If you take an example of hostelers that we feel right now, we love home food more now because we are eating every day outside. So that is the effect I wanted to get with the audience, and that's why I wanted to get the diminishing marginal utility concept.
Yeah, I think after listening to 3-4 presentation, I understand the impact of hostel food. Yeah, I think where you started, you returned to the same place. So the entire exercise did not change the behavior of the girl, even after a lot of explanation of father, as Mr. Deshpande was mentioning, even your Nash equilibrium did not make her to understand or leave the desire of eating outside. So then what was your purpose of doing this entire exercise?
Sir, it was more like if father makes the daughter eat outside for once or twice, she'll get the satisfaction. So she'll again come back to the home food and won't be, as ma'am mentioned, the snob effect that is coming into play over here. It won't be like that. So it's better, according to me, to give the child what they want if it's under the acceptable range and then see what's come into play. And as father, they have a lot of things in their mind, they see
Okay,
things.
look at your first slide.
Yes, sir.
Dad, can we go out for dinner today? Again, that means already it was.
Sir, I can say it as like my story. My father and I used to have Sunday outing.
Okay, I think when you are presenting here, make sure that you are sticking to your topic.
Sure.
Personal experiences may not be that much justifiable when you are trying to substantiate your arguments. So try to make your presentation for all of you. Presentation either from theory or real life experience which can be generalized. So it's a suggestion. You need not answer.
So I have taken the feedbacks a bit. I think this topic, each one of us as students or as a daughter and son, we would agree that we always go to our parents to take us out. So in order to communicate and relate with the audience more, I thought of putting it.
The father seems to be too egoistic. The way he is standing shows that he will say no only. What do you mean? This is the kind of father you are drawn.
So this is also more like, no? Don't judge book by its cover. Thank you so much.
Clapping was really clear, not half. So that was the clapping.
Next is EC16.
A very good evening to the respective judges present here. My name is Teresa Benny. I'm currently pursuing my second year MA Economics. I'm representing Christianity College, Bengaluru. So, I'll be presenting you before the topic economic cause of food waste or the economics behind food waste. So we are an emerging economy. Some call it the developing economy because in the world there is developed economy, underdeveloping and developing economies. One of the major issues faced by the developing and underdeveloping and even globally is the food crisis that is happening. So India, if we see from the perspective of India, India is one of the largest producers of milk, pulses, and the second largest producer of wheat, sugarcane, rice, and other vegetables and fruits. But still, we are facing food crisis and as well as malnutrition in our country. What is the cause of these? One of the main cause of these is food waste. So, food waste can happen due to various reasons, that is geographical, social, and as well as economical. Here in this presentation, I have concentrated on the economic cause of food wastage. And the economic variables that I have taken in is market imperfections, price volatility, inefficient supply chain, consumer behavior, and lack of infrastructure. First, according to UNEP, it is said that the United Nations program, it is said that around 68.7 million tons of food is wasted by the households of India. So that makes that about 14.3% of Indian population doesn't get proper food. So the first variable, that is the market imperfection. So when a producer decides to produce a good, the main criteria or the main focus he has is to create profit. So in order to create profit, what he mainly concentrates is on the price of the factor of production and the price of the final good that he has produced. But both these prices are made by the market forces that exist. So market is the one that controls the price of the factors of production and price of the final goods. So market, in economics if we study, mainly it is divided into two. Market, perfect market and imperfect market. Now here, agriculture sector can be related to a perfect market, because agriculture has, in an alternative view, if you give, agriculture has many small enterprises, that is farmers. They are almost concentrated in similar productions. So what happens is that, most of the time, what happens is that farmers are price takers, which is one of the main characteristics of perfect market. So what happens here is that, when they are the price takers, and there exists the phenomena of asymmetrical information, the farmers aren't aware of the changes of the trends that is happening in the market, so they are unable to make changes in the, on the basis of on the production of crops, and this will lead to various price discriminations. So they will be unable to get a final cost or price which will actually enable them to meet their harvest cost, which will make these farmers to abandon half of their crops and to minimize the economic losses. And another factor cause is price volatility, which is also known as price fluctuation. As price fluctuation, since in economics we have studied that price and demand and supply has a proportional relationship. When there is an increase in price, the demand increases as well as supply increases. So what happens is that then the farmers produce a certain crop based on the previous prices, previous year, the price of that crop existed. So if there is a price fluctuation from what they have estimated, the farmers ultimately faces loss. To minimize that, they often abandon the crops that they have produced, which ultimately leads to food wastage. Then inefficient supply chain is mainly related to transport and other infrastructural facilities that our economy has. If there is no proper transport system, what happens is that there is time loss and as well as cost loss. So this will ultimately make the farmers face loss, and due to which, again, if in a behavior if you see, again the farmers will be ready to abandon half of their crops, which again will lead to food wastage. Now another main important economic cause I can explain is consumer behavior, which actually represents individual like us, who consumes the final products produced by farmers. One of the main determinant of demand is the taste and preference of a consumer. When there is a change in the taste and preference of a consumer, it will naturally lead to various other economical losses that will happen to the farmers as well. So what happens is that, especially during, for example, if one of the major contributors of food waste in our country is big fat weddings that is happening. So what happens is that, in these kinds of weddings, we may put forth a buffet system where we have n number of choices existing there. So we as a people are more provoked to try new things which might not be to our preference. So when we select those, since it is not to our preference, we might waste it. We won't no longer be interested to taste it, though we have taken. So that naturally becomes a food waste. And another is lack of infrastructure, which is again connected to inefficient supply chain. That there is no proper storage for grains and other edible parts available in our economy. Then some of the remedies to avoid these kind of economic costs which leads to food wastage is investment in infrastructure. The government tries to invest more into these infrastructure, that is granularity and the storage systems, that will naturally help, and even proper road system will naturally help in reducing the food wastage. And technological adoptions, that is optimal delivery routes. Through artificial intelligence, we can help in identifying optimal delivery routes, which will actually lessen the time loss as well as cost loss. And another is self-estimation, that is, you can estimate the life or the years that an edible food particle can be stored in. Through artificial intelligence, it is possible. And last is education programs. Especially, government can organize programs like training programs towards farmers in order to
make them aware of the practices, proper practices through which they can conserve the post-harvest crops. And another is in schools and colleges, they can initiate, the authorities can initiate various programs in order, as an awareness program, in order to create awareness among the students itself relating to food wastage. So in conclusion, so here I have examined the various economic causes or reasons that brings in the connection of market forces, infrastructure constraints, etc.
Get back to the there are quite a few confusions here. First confusion is that you thought food wastage is a homogeneous thing. Food wastage is household sector, farm sector and non-farm sector. Food wastage happens in 3 places. In the household sector, what you were talking about, buffet, etc., is 1, and which is maximum. Farm sector is 12.5%, and what you say 50% of it is wasted. As an agriculture economist, I was shocked. If 50% gets wasted, India would have had large number of deaths, hunger deaths. The third thing, which is again a confusion, how do you say agriculture markets are perfect markets? Have you ever seen an agriculture market? It's the most imperfect market in the entire world, in India. Most imperfect. That's why farmers' agitations take place. Okay, that's you have to tell me how agriculture market is perfect. And you said that price taker, one of the criteria of perfect market is price takers. Can it be done? In perfect competition, can price taker be the criteria? I don't think so. Okay, this is the thing. You have brushed it. Now you have given remedies. The remedies, I want to use them to make IBS as the topmost management institutions in this country. These are the 3 remedies. First, increase the infrastructure investment. Second, increase technological adoption in all the fields in IBS. And third, take up new education programs, different kind of courses. IBS can be top management institute. So this is, suppose there is a continuous, which is true. There is a continuous quarrel between me and my wife on many issues. This is the remedy. Invest in infrastructure in the sense, get her whatever she wants. Second, technological adoption, hide behind the bridge. Third, educational program, bring students home so that in front of them, she will not scold me. It applies anywhere. So this kind of generalized remedies do not make any sense. If you have something else, do tell me in order to stop food wastage. Do tell me.
Your economic causes list is okay. You can put up any number of causes. But the remedies that you have suggested do not match the causes that you have listed. What are examples of your market imperfections?
Market imperfection.
Market imperfections leading to food wastage. You put up a few examples.
Market imperfection. If, for example, if recently, like if you see, there was a rise in the price of tomatoes, due to which the tomato cultivators were able to make a lot of profit. But it is not necessary that if the farmers are kind to produce tomato even in the next year based on the current this year's price, there might be market imperfect, there might be fluctuations happening in the market which they won't be aware of because of lack of awareness. So what happens is that they might face loss, and due to which ultimately the cultivated tomatoes will be wasted.
It's made because lack of information available to them.
Yes, ma'am.
Then your remedy should have suggested that.
I mentioned about market imperfection, which is like due to, as I've read, like they are price takers, and along with that information asymmetry.
That's a crucial cause. You needed a crucial remedy for that.
Copper and its economics. It exactly happens in tomato and onion market.
Yes, sir. I'm an economics student.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Professor Deshpande, what he was trying to explain you is to understand the concept. So you told food wastage, economic costs of food wastage. So if you had understood that title, your presentation would have been a bit different than what you have presented. Because categorization of food wastage, which is taking place at different levels as sir told, that would have been given with some data. For example, if I remember correctly, in India about 30% of the food wastage is taking place at different levels, covering farm sector, commercial and all that. So since you mentioned it's about 60%, I wonder where did you get this
So
figure?
60 is the overall, sir. Like, that was the UNEP.
No,
68.3
no,
million
no,
tons.
no, I don't think so. I think when Professor Deshpande is talking, we need not to discuss much on that because he is the domain of that area. So even I'm student in front of him. So apart from that, overall your approach was not that much like more of economics. Since you are a student of economics, so you could have touched upon what are the economic costs actually at different levels. So you could have given some values which are available in the reports or from some literature. So you take the generalized instances, for example, tomato and all that. So otherwise you could have presented it.
Good evening all, respected judges, esteemed faculty members and my dear friend. My name is Mohammad Kaisar Ali. I am a research scholar at Department of Economics and Finance at BITS Pilani KK Birla Goa campus. And today I will be presenting on the topic Economic Inequalities in Jharia Coal Mines, highlighting income disparities, power dynamics and distribution of economic benefits. But before I move forward, I would like to emphasize on the word Jharia here. Many of you sitting here might know that Jharia is basically known for its highest coal reserve in India. That is around 32% of the total national coal reserve. So, but however, this coal reserve and various other mineral reserve has not translated into the development of the Jharia city, and in this case for the Jharkhand either. So, and also I would like to highlight that recent NPI data highlights that more than 30% of Jharkhand's population still live below poverty line. And this is just one of those estimates that makes my research question very important, that I will be discussing in the next slide. But it is very easy to understand for a layman also that for a state that is having around 40% of the total minerals reserve of a country, and still there more than 30% of the population is living below poverty line, is kind of great situation is very pathetic there, and they are not even fulfilling their mere basic needs, and that's where my research question becomes important. And my research question focuses on that how do the significant income disparities between coal mine owners and coal mine laborers contribute to economic inequality, and what insights do these disparities provide into the power dynamics and distribution of economic benefits in the mining industries. And when I'm speaking about coal mine owners, particularly I'm speaking about private owners that is specifically engaged in the activities right from picking the coal that is extracted in the mines, that is being loaded in the trucks and further that's been transported worldwide. And when I'm speaking about laborers here, I'm specifically mentioning about the contracted and uncontracted daily wage laborers. So next slide please. Moving forward, now I will discuss the economic causes of income disparities. Here I have taken 3 of them. The first being the ownership structure. The coal mines in Jharia is owned more of what the coal mine owners. The capacity of owning the mining resources lies in the hand of coal mine owners than that of labour. That plays a very important role in shaping the disparity between labourers and owners, and suddenly that increase the income inequality, and which we can see in the bargaining power of labour per se, and they are forced to take the unbearable working condition and wages. The third point is basically the prevailing economic policies. Actually, we should not overlook this basically because it's the economic policies only that can actually bridge the gap or perpetuate furthermore to the existing income disparity here. Next slide please. So now it's time to answer the question that I have raised. Till now we have seen that coal mines in Jharia is what is basically coal mines in Jharia is basically very much into the income disparities between mine owners and labourers that we can see through the lenses of various economic concepts here. The first being the economic inequality. The economic inequality, the significant contributors here is income disparities, because the mine owners tends to accumulate more of wealth than that of labourers. That basically creates a stark inequality in the existing society, and further it perpetuates the income disparity there. Then moving forward, this economic inequality can be understood through the distributional impact, because the unequal distribution of these resources, it creates further problem particularly for the mine laborers, because that left them with limited access of resources, then education and various other employment opportunities, and that limits the laborers the ability to break out of poverty. Then moving forward, the second point here is the power dynamics in the industry. This concept can be understood with the point of market power. Market power, here I meant to say that in mining industry, the coal mine owners tends to have more control over the mining resources, reflecting the high market power than that of laborers. That tends to have more control by the mine owners over the employment terms and wages. For the mine owners, this high market power can be further conceptualized onto the monopoly influences, because this high market power significantly influences the prices, the supply of labor, and the policy that is running inside the mining industry. Finally, the third point here is distribution of economic benefits that we can understand through the economics concept of economic rent. Economic rent is nothing but basically the excess amount of payment Okay, so finally I'll conclude that in Jharia basically the biggest share is taken, the lion's share basically is taken by the mine owners, leaving laborers with the very less of economic gains, and eventually that leads to all the income disparity that is existing there. Either it is social or economical. Thank you. Economics encounters, economic application in daily life. So daily life here is, there are more than 11 lakh people living in Jharia. That is particularly their day-to-day life, right from sir, yes.
As a research student, it is fine, but you have to touch the daily life, inequality, perpetuation of inequality. What could conceptual background? It doesn't connect to the key. Now, what is perpetuation of inequality? How inequality perpetuates daily life can
Sir, particularly to this mining area that is area there.
conceptually
Inequality. If I talk about income inequality, so let's say if I'm talking about income inequality, if there are two communities earning daily, but one community is earning more than that of the other community, there will be difference in their payments. So that's how that creates income inequality between those communities. So that's how the society there will have gap in terms of consumption, production of that.
continuing. Now, this is inequality today. It perpetuates, tomorrow it increases.
Yes.
It perpetuates, day after tomorrow it
Increases more.
What are the drivers of that perpetuation? You have that in daily life. Daily life. What are the drivers of perpetuating inequality?
Okay, how inequality is increasing in daily life? So, because there is lack of employment opportunities there.
Connecting it to what's your theme?
My aim was to show how 11 lakh people living there fight for their bread and butter in daily life. That's how I thought it is a genuine daily problem, daily economic problem that I can present it here. So, maybe my presentation didn't come out. That was my intention to bring out that. I'll follow it.
Since you are a researcher, keeping to the title of the present day's deliberations, you could have spoke on what is the wage gap, which you are telling that which is inequality, and how that wage gap among the is impacting them. So, what would be the impact of this widening wage gap, whatever you are thinking about? At the conceptual level, you are clear to do a PhD, but for this kind of brief presentation, you have to be more focused, and you should identify maximum one or two issues where you can get some data and you can substantiate your answer. So, apart from that, you could have spelled out some more issues on, you mentioned about bargaining power of wage or laborers. But we did not say what is the bargaining power which laborers are exercising, or do they have not, because I don't think they have any bargaining power when other market conditions are given as you showed. And another thing you told about government policy also, but is there any government policy on wage for mine workers? So if it is there, whether it is implemented or how it will lead to these power differentials between laborers and mine owners.
There is minimum wage for mine laborers, but the implementation part is not taking place as it's now there. So what happens is that mine laborers are not getting that minimum wage on daily basis, and there is no account of it. So basically, because of that, the legal mine laborers are converting into the illegal mine laborers. So and that creates all the inequality related to in economics and basically. So the government has set a bar like something around 341 or 350 for daily wage labor, that is unregistered one, but still they are not getting that revenue. So they are just transferring it from the legal mines and they are moving to the illegal mines. Thank you so much, sir, for your comments.
So our next participant is EC1.
Yes, a very good evening, everyone. My name is and this is my teammate Jayesh Mandian. We will be presenting on the transportation sector, wherein our main objective would be to highlight the importance of transportation sector when it comes to boosting of the level of economic growth of the country. So, in order to introduce this, I would just like to strike a note over here. That is, what is the exact relationship between the transportation sector and the level of economic growth? To some extent depends on whether the country is a developed economy or a developing economy. For this, in order to illustrate this particular point, we have taken two very significant researches done in this context. One is that of Dingla and Ghosh, and the other is that by Jain and Jain. So firstly, our first research paper is that by Dingla and Ghosh. So what basically this particular research highlights is that So basically, any expansion taken up in the transportation sector fetches positive returns both in the short run and in the long run when it comes to boosting the level of overall economic growth. And like in order to bring this point up, what this particular paper has done is that it has taken data from various sectors, the railway sector, the roadway sector, etc., and it has shown that these expansion or like projects taken up in these particular sectors bring about returns only in the long run, bring about returns both in the short run and in the long run. Moving on, the next paper that we've taken over here is that by Jain and Jain. So this particular paper strikes a slightly different note than the previous paper. What this paper has done is that this paper has taken the case of a developed economy. It has taken the case of UK. And what predominantly this paper shows is that any expansion taken up in the transportation sector fetches returns only in the long run and not in the short run. In the short run, basically, any project taken up does not really fetch positive returns when it comes to economic growth. But the same thing fetches very much positive returns when we consider the long run scenario. So moving forward, my fellow teammate Jayesh Mandian will take on how exactly the transport sector contributes to the level of economic growth.
So, as the partner Ravindra said that the level of economic development differs in both in the short term and long term for developing economies. Here we say that India, we will be focusing on India mainly, and India's diverse transportation industry plays a crucial role to the economy. Basically, in India, the transportation sector contributes around 6.7% of the GDP. However, it was estimated that it will grow to around 12%, and the current contribution right now is for around 13 to 14% for the total GDP. And then the main factors behind this growth is the urbanization and the strong economic growth that we are seeing in the recent years. Then we will analyze the case of lands or roads, railways and ports and how these sectors, individual sectors contribute to the transport sector as a whole and the economy in the long run. So basically roads. Basically India has the road network is the largest contributor to land of road. So we have written land over here. We have taken roads as well because yes. So basically the roadways actually contribute to a major bulk of the transportation sector, major bulk of the transportation sector of the logistics industry. For example, it actually contributes to comprise of 60% of the nation's freight and around 85% of the passenger traffic that is there in India. However, one major caveat over here is that the 33% of India's villages still lack access to the road. The major reason is that there are unsurfaced roads over there. Unsurfaced roads, straggly roads that are over there, and there needs to be rapid, the government needs to bring up policies as our recent Minister Jain has brought around to basically reconstitute roads as a whole. Then we come over to railways. Railways actually is a major employment generator in this country. It employs over 2.4 million people. Then it also transports 19.8 million passengers and the freight and the 2.4 million worth of freight. However, the major issues that railways are facing, especially when we talk about tier 1, tier 2 and tier 3 cities, the tier 2 and tier 3 cities are the poor maintenance of railway tracks that is there, and along with it the connectivity issues that are faced. The trains getting late, for example, so there is a connectivity issue as well. And also, basically, there is the employee productivity is actually very low. The employee productivity case, I would like to bring about the case of, say, the case of Singapore or Hong Kong, where they actually pay the government employees a lot more, so that actually boosts so they find a monetary gain for working, which is absent in our economy because the pays over here are very less, and hence it is a social burden as well. Being a social burden, then there were, and so the current government is trying to privatize the railway sector partially, step by step. And hence, these are some of the developments that are taken for railways. Now we talk about ports. Ports are less talked about industry. So basically, there are 13 commercially viable. Okay, there are 13 commercially viable and 199 minor ports that are there, and the coastline of India, they cater to the 7,500 long kilometer coastline. The foreign trade constitutes around the foreign trade that these ports have. The 95% of it is by volume, however 67% of it is by value. Now, next slide please. My partner Ravindra will talk about the recent technology and innovation development that have happened.
Yeah, so basically I will be talking about this particular topic, technology and innovation, both from producer's point of view as well as from consumer point of view. From a production point of view, what we have observed is that implementation of robotics, nanotechnologies have gone a long way in boosting the transportation sector, which in turn has boosted the level of economic growth. And also what my fellow teammate Jain had also mentioned, that when we talk about roadways, one particular point is that the particular toll plazas that are there. Earlier what used to happen, that when we used to travel from one state to another, the driver had to get off from his vehicle, pay the toll taxes, and then get off back to his car. So that used to take a significant amount of his time. So now now we have a solution to this. The solution is FASTag. So FASTag is basically a radio frequency identification which is applied on the windscreen of the cars. So basically now the drivers don't have to get off from their vehicle. All the payments can be done while the vehicle is in motion. So that is a significant improvement which can boost the level of efficiency of the sector. Concluding, what I would like to suggest is that not from a macro level, from a micro level also, the transportation sector goes a long way in boosting the level of overall economic growth. Not just what the government does. Every single time I take a ride here to my home, what happens is that I contribute to not just making one person capable of of putting food onto his plate, but also I take a micro step at like boosting the level of like growth in my country. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Teachers? You are management students? Now, I have a question to you. Just answer one sentence. Not even sentence. So, my wife asked me to buy vegetables. I went to the market, bought pencils, writing papers, carbon, and 3 pens. She hopefully have taken care of it. What will happen?
So basically what has essentially happened over here is that every person's expenditure is somebody's.
I said only two words will give the answer.
So basically you are taking a micro step to contributing the level of GDP of the country.
I told you, my wife asked me to buy vegetables, I brought pens, pencils and paper.
Yeah.
What will my wife do?
So but still you made a purchase, right?
Anyway, your presentation was good, no problem. But you are asked to do economics of daily life.
So,
and this is not, the transportation is daily life. But what is that? What is that? That savings on the transportation through metro as against the personal travel through cars, scooters, etc. That is number one. Number two, the savings of time and implicitly trying to make out how much money would have been saved, that much time gets into work. Bird. You used the wrong thing, land. I stop you. Roads. Land is not used for transportation. Road is used. Unless the land becomes road, it is not used for transportation. Olden days when bullock cart used to go on the land, it's different. But that also had cart roads. Okay. Therefore, what you were asked to do, you have done it excellent. What you wanted to do, you did it. But what was asked to be done, I did excellent. I bought pens, pencils, papers, ink, and my material. But she asked me vegetable. Then she said, now you eat your chapati with water. No vegetable today. That's exactly the thing. One must, as a management trainee, and tomorrow you will be in the production management. If you are asked to produce pens and you produce TVs, you will not be sustained in that industry. You will have to go to different industry. You should have focused on the topic given to you. All the other things, it's an old hypothesis that infrastructure leads to growth. This is very old hypothesis. It started in early 90s when we got into economic reforms. At that time, people started writing on it. And the first paper, or first mention from the Indian, was by Manmohan Singh in 1963. 1963, Manmohan Singh wrote, after his PhD, the first paper, that infrastructure will boost India's economy.
Like Sir said, there are many things you could use for further study and activities because of the theme that has been given to you. You spoke of fast time. You could have spoken on fast time, saving time. That is daily life. Or what are the benefits from transport? What are the problems created by transport? And that is daily life. Pollution, health. You have gone into pollution, healthcare. That is daily. Otherwise, as a general translation, but not conforming to what we need to do.
I think Professor Deshpande sir and Madam explained what exactly lacking in your focus. I was thinking that you shifted the focus. That's what happened to you. So you started with something, then leaving the theme given to you. You could have used it in a better way. Taking only transport sector, for example, metro you could have used. How it has changed life in Bengaluru. So that kind of examples if you had taken and explained, that would have been a good case. But in the beginning you mentioned that there is a negative relationship between roads and economic growth, particularly in developed countries. So in developing countries, yes.
So once a country becomes developed, do you think that there will be a negative relationship between transport sector and economic growth? That's a question from myself. And suggestion is the topic what you have selected, keep focus on that.
So basically what I had presented the case of Kulkarni. So what was observed in the DPK was that, as was observed in the case of certain other developed countries also, is that the development in the transportation sector was such that just for the sake of returns in the long run, they had sacrificed the gains that they couldn't meet in the short run.
Now, I agree with your observation about the literature, but when you are observing some literature point or whatever insight you are getting, you should put question why. Why it is like that? What should be the answer for that? So you may get answer in the same piece of article or somewhere else. So otherwise it becomes like starting and leaving.
So our next participant is team EC15.
Good evening to the jurors and the students of IBA. I'm sorry for the technical problems. Good evening to all the jurors and the students of IBA. Okay, my name is Saji, this is Prashant and this is Manan. We are from Jain College. I would like to start off with this quote from Amartya Sen. He's one of the most influential economists of his time and age. He told, innovation is a process of creative destruction where new ideas and technology, they replace the old ones. So depending upon our endless spending habits, we have come to this Ecofluence event regarding digital payment system or the UPI. If I'm not wrong, Ravindra sir in the inauguration session, he had told about the 4 Ds, and the end, he had highlighted about digitalization, where the unified payment interfaces had changed the entire lifestyle and the progressive statements of every Indian. Now, India is all about moving forward and advancing ahead. Now let us further understand by these short theories that attribute towards these UPI and the progressive statements. That is first the diffusion of innovation by Everett Rogers. That is a process by how which the enlightenment of new innovations can further be developed by the society. The second one is the transaction cost economics by Williamson, where he had told about how costs incurred in the transaction is supposed to be low and inefficient. The new institutional economics by the International Economics branch, which highlights about the power that the institutions have over to influence the actions and the behavior of normal economic agents. The most interesting aspect about UPI is that we as economic agents, we try to maximize our utility, where we want maximum satisfaction from whatever we try to consume. With UPI, our utility never seems to have a space to diminish because we are provided with various other options because of complementary aspects and also because of product differentiation. And also there is also another aspect where Daniel Knox had implemented about the demonstration effect, about one choices of one individual, how that can affect us, and that will lead to more spending habits. Being a public property, as one of the stores also told, it's a publicly accessible property. Everyone has a supportive financial inclusion. Now this is also implemented towards a rural area because the government of India had also introduced the Digital India flagship program in 1st July 2015. Right after that flagship program, in 11th April 2016, the UPI was introduced. And over through that, UPI has evolved to help both the rural as well as the urban areas. Far more transitions, young India has faced a lot, expecting towards the changes regarding the demonetization which happened in 2016 and also regarding the chances of COVID-19 pandemic. But still India and UPI has still thrived and it is going forward. Now I would like to hand over to Prashant, who will emphasize on why young India chooses UPI.
Good evening, everyone. So I will be discussing briefing about the causes. So one of the major causes would be the convenience. The convenience the digital payment gives us, anytime, any place, regardless of bank or locations, our location, we can use. As a migrant student who comes from different state for the higher education, it is very convenient for us. Especially to pay our rent, grocery, so we don't have to go to bank and line up and withdraw. So it's very convenient for us to use the UPI. And the second factor would be cost effectiveness. There is no low or very low transaction cost toward the UPI. There is no cost right now, so it is very cost effectiveness. And at the same time, like features like fingerprints, face ID recognition and PIN authentication makes the UPI more secure, and at the end changing customer behavior. So now we are more aware of how beneficial the digital payment is. So our whole consumer behavior is changing. So we are more adopting toward the digital payment. So now my friend Manish will brief about that.
Good afternoon. I'll be talking about the consequences of UPI. First of all, there is an obvious digital divide that's created. Some people lack smartphones and dependable internet connectivity. I mean, we are living in Bangalore right now, which is one of the best cities in India for technology. And I am personally facing so many issues, like sometimes the QR doesn't scan, sometimes I don't have internet and all. So just imagine the situation in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. How reluctant should they be while adopting UPI? Next is the risks to cybersecurity. Obviously, you might have heard about some of the scams that are happening in India right now. Because of the convenience of UPI, it is so easy to fool people around on why they are misinterpreted to go for a transaction that they don't want to. Next is personal information misuse. In this century, one of the biggest problems is targeted advertisement and privacy misuse. This is done by all companies around the world, and it's happening in UPI also. This is no wonder. Financial mismanagement. This is something that I'm struggling with too. Impulsivity and overspending may result in the ease of, because of the ease of using digital payments. Because you have access to the entire amount in your bank account, which you didn't when you used cash. That is the actual problem here. Next is the future of UPI, how I see it. Financial inclusion. UPI has the potential to bring financial services to rural areas, promoting financial inclusion by reducing the dependency on physical banks, making UPI the main method of payment for most Indians. The creation of interoperable payment system and rules will be essential for supporting cross-border transactions. This will facilitate international trade and remittance. Thank you. We are open to questions.
Did you not see it? Excellent. Excellent. Only thing is that you should have bit connected with your three theories, that is diffusion of innovation, transition cost, and new institution. What is institutional economics operating in this? Two major domains. One domain is business sector. The second domain is the grey sector or black sector. Those who are using UPI, those who are using digital payment in order to con people. And that's day-to-day problem. But when I carry my phone, I get nightmare if my phone is lost. Now, this is something which is a major, you said it, a major problem. You should have connected it. Now, you should have also supported it with some empirical data. Oh, good attempt. And you appreciate it correct to the daily life. Yes. Daily life is the moment I get a, please send your OTP, I get nightmare. First thing I call my bank, please to see I have not given OTP to anybody. Okay. Thank you. Good work.
Thank you, sir. Very relevant to today's theme, which I'm very happy about. But instead of focusing more on the problem, we would have focused a little more on the advantages to people for using digital payments. But that's what we want, daily life, how it improves our daily life. Problems are there, we do agree.
An MIT trained PhD person right in the parliament said that this will not work. Can I buy vegetable from the vegetable vendor by giving digital payment? Today it is feasible. Today it is feasible. Therefore, one should not underestimate technology. One has to foresee the technology.
Good. I think after listening to the two senior judges, I have only one or two observations. Just to know, is there any, do you think the cashless economy is increasing? So if it is yes, you could have given some data on that. How the growth of UPI has increased?
So we do have data. Because of the lack of time, we didn't. Can I give you the data? Okay. Thank you so much.
Or a few of them? Most of them. Wonderful. And how many of you will be ready to make such presentation? There is only one lesson which I can give you from my comments, that when you are asked to buy vegetables, buy only vegetables. Otherwise, the result is dangerous. That's what is important thing that I want to take it to you. When you answer a question, answer the question. Don't go roundabout. The teachers know that you are doing it roundabout. When you are appearing in an interview, if you are asked to a question, answer only that and exactly in 2 sentences or 4 sentences. But then go beating the bush around, you will certainly be disqualified. You will not get the satisfaction of it. But focusing, and the Mahabharata story of Arjuna, focusing on exactly the goal. That's good to do. That's the lesson we have now.
I think it's been a very long day, perhaps also a day filled with a lot of education, a lot of learnings, a lot of takeaways. While the members of the jury would now go and collate the results, the most important part of it, perhaps a tougher part of it. It's also time that we express our gratitude to them. We express our thanks to them. It's a very thankless job. They have taken their time off, come on here, listen to your presentations, gave a patient hearing, given a lot of constructive feedback. And therefore, as somebody who is organizing this event, as a part of the organizing committee, it's my duty that on behalf of the IBA, and in fact by extension the Indus Business Academy's duty, to express our gratitude to them. As a mark of our gratitude, we would be presenting a mementos to our members of the jury. I request Professor Imar Suresh to present a memento to Professor R.S. Deshpande. In fact, in today's event, there's hardly anyone who doesn't know Professor Deshpande at all. Yeah, thank you. I think it's also a matter of pride for him that a lot of his students have been judges around.
What is that? You did not do. In between.
I request my colleague Professor Ravindra Babu to present a memento to Dr. Swami. I request my colleague Professor Krishna Kumari to come and present a memento to Dr. Padmini Rao. We allow the members of the jury to do their work in what you can say a secret place, right? Don't do that work in secrecy. Maybe it's time that we take a here down. Maybe I just call Subhas around. I think we want to say something. Maybe it's time to enjoy a little bit after a very, very long day.
Good evening, one and all present here. I am sure today has been extremely educational with plethora of economic principles and research ideas covered. Everyone deserves some time to unwind. Hence, we present to you cultural events. Our chief mentor, Dr. Subhas Sharma, referred to bustling community of IBS students as Indiapura because they come from all across the country. This Indiapura is a product of our diverse student body which will present its talent and entertain you with cultural events to amuse you today. We hope you feel rejuvenated and enjoy this session. Now I call Partho, Devanath and Ronak Bachu for classical songs.
Hello.
पालन अरिया बाबा झूलेलाल सिंधली का सेवर का सखी शाबाज कलंदर दमादम मस्त कलंदर अलीदम बंदे अंदर हो दमादम मस्त कलंदर अली का पहला नंबर दमादम मस्त कलंदर अलीदम बंदे अंदर दमादम मस्त कलंदर अली का पहला नंबर अलीदम दम अलीदम दम अलीदम दम अलीदम अलीदम दम अलीदम दम अलीदम दम अलीदम अलीदम दम अलीदम दम अलीदम दम अलीदम अलीदम दम अलीदम दम अलीदम दम अलीदम
Thank you. That was melodious. Now I call Miss Pritisha for classical dance. That was wonderful performance. Now I call Riyaz for a dance performance.
performance by Riyaz. The cultural programs have kept us out of anxiety about the competition. But the much awaited moment is here. I invite Professor Prashant Kulkarni sir to announce the winners of Ecofluence Economics Research Championship.
Attention everyone. The participants can take a break of 10 minutes and can get back to the auditorium for the results. Students from IBA, please stay here. Thank you.
And the prize money associated with those results. I think I'm putting in the shoulders of Ramesh sir here. I think it's apt that he's the one who declares his results. But please, I give the stage to him.
Thank you, Prof. Kulkarni. And without any delay, you are waiting very anxiously. Those were pretty people. So without any delay, I'm announcing the result. So the fourth prize goes to of rupees 5,000 goes to EC8. Come from Big Pilani, Goa campus. Come over here. Now, third prize of cash award of rupees 10,000 goes to B.R. Ambedkar School of Economics EC10. Now, second prize of rupees 15,000 goes to EC3. Your story of dad and daughter is Bhaskar. So now it's time to announce who stood first. Okay. So the first prize of rupees 20,000 goes to EC15.
That's what I change the price money.
So now my work is over, but I am very delighted to be here and feel honored to be a part of this journey. We all are part of this academic journey, and I would like to thank the chairman of this institute, Dr. Jain ji, and Kulkarni ji, and all the faculty members here who are from morning they are present here, and you all the participant of this event. So have a great success in life. I wish you all have success in your life. So thank you, me sir. Especially one want to thank Rishita. All the way from last 1 month he called me and taking all the care of me. So thank you, Rishita. Thank you very much.
Before we have the official photographs, and before I propose a vote of thanks, enthused by the success of this event, we are scaling it up. So we are going to have an international level event. We are going to have the International Economics Conference on the same days next year. So December 5, 6, 7, 2024, we are going to have this event. Along with this, we are going to conduct this competition again. So it's going to be an annual affair now. And I was talking to Brahme sir in the evening, and he said he has assured us the cooperation both from his personal side and also in his responsibilities as the General Secretary of the Indian Economics Association. So his offer that we could use Indian Economics Association as a partner in terms of our events on economics, I think we are very, very thankful to you. It's a great honor that he has agreed for helping us around, getting associating with us, a school which is not traditionally into the domain of economics. And therefore we look forward to a very long relationship there over the next few years, or not next few years, for many, many, many years to come around there. As part of the vote of thanks, it's been quite nice to have all the participants around who have come from very different parts of this country, who have presented their research, their ideas, and I'm sure that as we go along, you get stimulated by a lot of ideas which have come from the other side, and that could boost your own research out. Yes, I thanked Professor Brahme in the morning that he's made, despite of his schedule around, he accepted our invitation and came around. We thank all the judges, Professor Deshpande, Dr. Patni Rao, Professor Putaswamy, who judged the final round. Dr. Vijay Lakshmi, Professor Malvi Tantri, Professor Nivedita, Dr. B.S. Venkatesh, who all judged in the morning rounds. We thank they spent their time, the resources, and then they gave their feedback, which I think could basically stimulate not just the participants, but also the audience, who may inspire around that they may do their own research and participate in similar competitions outside. Yes, Manish sir is here. I think his support, his encouragement to this event right from the start. Yes, ever since the idea came around that you do a conference next year, and then I proposed this Ecofluence. I think he has been very supportive of those things, and I express my gratitude to him. Our mentor, Professor Subhas Sharma, has always been a constant source of encouragement. In fact, it was quite a bit of his thoughts, his experiences, his ideas, his suggestions that we incorporated in the run-up to the event. Our director, Professor Shubhendu, all my colleagues who in different ways encouraged me, helped me around in making this event a success. All our staff members who supported us at different points of time, during the promotions, during the event, our operations manager, Professor Mr. Ramurthy, who may not be here physically, but through his virtual presence has always been a good support for us. We thank the press for extending the coverage, and also for the live webcast, for the photography, videography, and of course, the most important, right from the conceptualizing stage, the role of the students, right? It is they who have led the drive right from the start. There's been a unique any event, if the students could drive it, in fact, leave the, what you can say, doing some support activities. They were the ones who actually finalized the chief guest. In fact, Ramesh was basically contacted by one of our students. He was mentioning about Rishika. In fact, many of our students actually went around and then talked to people, and their network which was there, which we leveraged around to create a base for this event. I think at least I should mention a couple of them around Kashish and Supriya. Maybe they can come around there. They have led the event right from the start. And then their juniors around, a lot of them are here around there. Some of them are hiding around there. Some of them are standing there, so maybe some of them are standing over there. But then behind the scenes, they are all the ones who made my life a lot easier. Of course, the coordinator around, the conference coordinator, Jenita, Saji, also helped me out quite a bit at different points of time. So therefore, we look forward again for the next year. Okay? So we'll probably have one photograph.
And above all, pique, sir, he is the one who is the architect for this.
Go back.
Thank you.